sea of the aimless. I don't wanna be one of the nameless. I'ma wake up with the mindset that one day I'm gonna make it. And I don't think I'll be fine if I don't break my limitations. Don't try to stop me, I exist to write my own story. I'll make a decision if I want some peace or if I want the glory, yeah. Don't want a life that is complacent or possibly boring. I just want a life that is worth every day exploring.
My whole life I just wanted someone who would notice me. My whole life I just wanted to be somebody to be. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, 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 I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, 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 yeah.
This is a statement to appreciate all that is vacant. It's just for the taking. If you make up your mind, you can take it. I'm never complacent. I would work in a mansion or basement, yeah. There's no replacement for persistence, it's a patience, yeah. In this life, I wanna be soaring, to feel sun inside when it's pouring. And I'll fight till anxiety is foreign. I'm so sick of my mind's extortion.
My whole life I just wanted someone who would notice me. My whole life I just wanted to be somebody to be. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, 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 I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Searching for greatness in a sea of the dying and shameless. A sea of the aimless. I don't wanna be one of the nameless. I'ma wake up with the mindset that one day I'm gonna make it. And I don't think I'll be fine if I don't break my limitations. Don't try to stop me, I exist to write my own story. I'll make a decision if I want some peace or if I want the glory, yeah. Don't want a life that is complacent or possibly boring. I just want a life that is worth every day exploring.
My whole life I just wanted someone who would notice me. My whole life I just wanted to be somebody to be. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, 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 I just wanna be great.
Life's a ride, so let's make it count. Cherish every moment, that's what it's about. Tune in together, we're building our groove. Every beat, every laugh, we're ready to move. A little laughter, some love, we're soaring high. Every single episode reaching for the sky. News on the airwaves, spreading good vibes. Friends together, watch how our spirits rise. Kick back, unwind, leave the troubles behind. This podcast is gold, the treasure you'll find. With every word, we'll light up your day. Join the conversation, let's laugh all the way. A little laughter, some love, we're soaring high. Every single episode reaching for the sky. News on the airwaves, spreading good vibes. Friends together, count while spirits rise. Kick back, unwind, leave your troubles behind. This podcast is gold, a treasure you find. Life's a ride.
Welcome back, and good morning, everybody. Good to see you here back at the cafe. And thank you so much for joining us today. I hope you're all having a great day and an amazing morning. Great to see you all. And yes, it's a little after, so good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, whatever it is, whoever you are. I hope it's good for you because it's great to be here with you guys again. Thank you for joining me. So great to see you all. Hope everybody is happy and safe and healthy and well, and everybody's doing great. Wonderful to see you all. Come on in, grab a seat, get comfortable. And let's see what's going on in this wacky, crazy, insane world we live in today. We got a little bit of everything to talk about as always. Again, thank you for joining me. And guys, thank you for joining yesterday as we covered the hearing and a little bit thereafter. Then shortly thereafter that, I joined Miss Nellie from Beyond the Pale on her channel, and then my internet went out because we had tornadoes floating around and bad thunderstorms. So it was a crazy day full of storms, and it still looks crappy out there, but thank God it's not downpouring and thundering and lightning right now. So come on in, grab a seat. Welcome back to the amazing and awesome Blue Crew. Thank you so much for joining me today. I appreciate each and every one of you as well. As always, great to see you all. 1 minute. Let me get this set, guys. All right. Let's see what we got moving here. Let me see. Sorry, guys. I was having a little bit of a technical issue here. Trying to get this moving, right? And it looks like Miss Tandy, the Seahawks fan, back in the house. Alicia had Jay, hey. Mark Schumann, welcome back to UCZ. Great to see you. Let me see here. So, Trish Crow, welcome back to you. Sergeant Matt's in the house today. What's up, buddy? Good to see you, brother. Let me see. Marty Podrell back in the house. Great to see you today. Thrive Off Grid, welcome back, bro. Great to see you. Miss Vivian P, hello and welcome back. Dylan Mort's back in the house. Good to see you, my friend. Top of the morning to you. Kent Corbett, welcome back. Great to have you back in the house. The positive Miss Paula's in the house. Thank you for joining us again today, Miss Ma'am. Appreciate you as always. Let's see. Make sure I don't miss anybody. Of course, Brandy B, our OG. Welcome back, Brandy. Great to see you, dear. Once again, thank you to my blue crew. We all know that I couldn't do without you. And there she is, SRBBBBB. Thank you for joining us. And last but not least, the one, the only, the Dagburn, Johnny Gobble's dead floozy mama in the house. Hey, hey. Welcome back to you. Yes, we're going to do some reviewing of the... Of course, we're going to look into what's going on with Jack and Lily and some wild, crazy stuff. I'm sure there's something Idaho I have an update on, as always. And anything else that tickles our fancy in here that's going on out in that world, we're going to hit on it. And the most important thing of all of this is that I get to hang with you awesome peeps today. I'll tell you something else, guys. I saw something that really, really disturbed me today. I should have known better, but it happened. Gen 7 back in the house today. Thank you guys for joining us today for the morning show. Drove me nuts. It made me laugh, to be honest with you guys. People have come at me, as they do with any people. Dago's a grifter, whatever, blah, blah. Yeah, okay. Anyway. So everybody knows who Pubes is. Okay. That's why I say it, because that's nobody else would probably know him by his real name. But anyway, somebody put a video out. I never knew this, because I've never paid attention to him, right? This made me sick to watch. It was pretty pathetic. And he was talking about, in the video, he was talking about, one second. Sorry. All right. So, yeah, I didn't realize that it was like this over there, guys. It was crazy. It should be coming up the path here pretty soon, Jen. I want to know, by the way, who's interested in that. Let me see. Let me do this real quick. Some of you guys like polls. My ADHD is in full effect right now. If you didn't notice, I just talked about 4 different things in a matter of 3 seconds. Hold on here. All right. Thank you for Jen for giving me the heads up to remind me to do this. I wanted to do this yesterday. I'm going to run a poll on this, guys. Should we cover Kurt Cobain's death? Because a lot of people like polls. I want to do it. But what's more important is what you guys want, too. So, same here, Jen. Same here. So, right, Alicia. Very shiny. So I'll run that poll. Everybody hit that up. So yeah, anyway, I saw a video put out. It wasn't by him, but it was by another channel called Bad Actors in YouTube or something like that. Yes, vote. And he was talking about the Travis Decker situation, which is a horrible situation. The 3 little girls passed away. Horrible. One horrible person. Okay, so as he's talking, he was more worried about hitting goals. His goals. He has goals that he puts out. I didn't know that people did that. There's daily goals that he hits on a regular basis, I guess, financially in here. Whether it be through super chats or memberships or whatever. I'd never thought of doing anything like that. That blew my mind. And he was being mean, like nasty to the people. Well, I don't know why we can't get this done. It's slow in here tonight. This is ridiculous. And he's talking to people for saying stuff to him, and he's coming back. Do you ever pay attention? Jeez, you're stupid. I mean, what? What is wrong with these people? It's ignorant. Like these people owe him something. Nobody owes us as creators anything. Nobody. Goals. Of course, we all want this to be successful. Of course, we would all have, if this is my job now, this is what I do for a living. And it doesn't make any money. Okay. I don't make a lot, but to put goals out there and to expect people to clear a goal for you every show you have every day. Wow, y'all. I couldn't believe it. I could not believe it. I've heard stories, but damn, that you got to have some gall to do some stuff like that. And the expectation is a joke. Give me a break. Like, get over yourself, okay? Get over yourself. That's all I can say. That was disgusting to me. Sorry. Right, Alicia. That's what I said. I'm like, and they're doing it. As he's rambling on, they're doing what he wants them to do. Oh, we got another one. We need 2 more now. All right, now we only need 1 more now. And then people are saying certain things. And it's like, I don't know. I said that already. Did you not hear me? Do you ever pay attention? These people just gave you money to help keep your channel going or whatever you're going to do with it. And you're going to sit and talk to them like that? No, y'all. No. I can't believe that these people exist. Of course we have goals, folks. We all would love to have, that kind of an income to help us survive and to keep going. Yes, Thrive. That's exactly who that was. Yes. Well, and listen, there's a way to do it and a way not to do it, though, is what I'm saying. We all have goals. We all want this to be successful. But the way that was done was horrible. Yep, exactly. Yeah. See, that's what I'm saying, guys. My goals here, this is crowdfunded, okay? My channel is absolutely crowdfunded. My community, all of you, the people here are what makes this happen. If none of you were here, I wouldn't be here. Okay? Well, what minimal bullshit that I get from YouTube, I try to use that to pay for this. Because, I'm a disabled person, on going on disability, all that kind of stuff. So I don't have an income to pay for this, which started as a hobby. But the expectation that this person had blew my mind. Blew my mind. It's crazy. It's absolutely insane. And they tried to call me a grifter one time. Well, more than once, but no. Unbelievable. Gray is banking on the parasocial relay. I don't know what he's banking on, but that's insanity to me. Fizzy, welcome, Fizzy. Good to see you. Good goal there, Dylan. Good goal, bro. Thank you for joining us yesterday, by the way. Yeah, don't get me wrong, you guys. Let me check real quick for you, Thrive. I did get it. I got one of them, Thrive. I did get one. Now, I got these before. You sent me all this stuff once before. Did you know that you had already sent it to me once? Or was there something new you were sending? Let me double check. Thrive. Hang on, bud. Let me see here. Hold on a minute here. 1 second, y'all. Okay, so let me hold on, Thrive, because I know at one point you had sent me a whole bunch of 3 or 4 emails, and it's all the same stuff that I got on the last one you just sent, bud. But this other one you sent me first is different. about the AI stuff. Okay, that one is definitely different. So thank you for that, my friend. Very much appreciated. Hold on. Ah, shoot, Dylan. Thank you very much for that, my friend. Never expected. Very much appreciated, brother. For sure. Okay, yeah, I got that. I got both of those actually. Thrive. No worries. You had sent me a bunch of that last few days ago about the first one or the last one you sent me. Yeah, Jimmy. Yes. So I have all that. No worries, bro. And I appreciate you sending me that stuff. Anything any of you guys send to me, I love it. I appreciate it more than anything because it helps. It all helps. Again, Dylan, thank you. I very much appreciate it. Like I said, guys, we don't expect that here. You don't have to pay to be here. You don't have to come in expecting that, before you leave, you got to put in so much. I mean, no, guys, that's crazy to me, though. Your goal last night was to grab a tub of ice. And good goal. Good goal. I hope you enjoyed it, bro. I hope you enjoyed it. That's great. I see that, Thrive. I see that. Welcome, Miss Vivian. Good to see you. Yeah, well. 1, 2. Yes, I saw yours, Christina. Thank you very much. God bless. CC did a video on him and he threatened to sue her. Whoa. Who are we talking about there, Marty? That's wild. Well, I think all of our goals is to be rich, but I know it ain't gonna happen doing this, guys. That's not my goal here. Like I said, this has become my job and I enjoy it. First time in my life. Well, no, I enjoyed when I was a firefighter too. Don't get me wrong, but I really enjoy this. And it doesn't pay what a job pays. So that's why anything we get, whether it's the super chats, the super stickers, and all that stuff, we have to wait a month. It goes through, and then they take 47% of that, whatever somebody puts into that, and we get what's left plus the AdSense stuff, and then that's that. And then anybody that were to donate through the Cash App, the Venmo, PayPal stuff, that goes directly to us right away, and they don't get percentages of that, thank God, because I think they take enough. But I just couldn't believe he was saying those things and acting like that to people, guys. Does that make any kind of is he the only one that does that? Because I don't watch a lot of people, and I've never seen anybody else do anything like that before. And like I said, I don't watch him because I don't like his. He gives off this really dry. I can't explain how cocky, arrogant persona, and I'm not that kind of. I don't deal with people like that very well, so I don't watch. I agree, Fizzy. And I've watched other creators, but I've never seen anybody do anything like that. I know Lana does what she does, but she's got reasons behind what she does. I get that wholeheartedly, totally. And then there's other creators that do none of this. They don't. It's not. It's a complete total hobby for them, obviously. So, and this guy, he's got so many people that follow him. I can't understand why these people allow this man to talk down to them like this. It blows my mind. CC Suarez, she calls him out. Oh, I have to watch those. Thank you, Marty. Yeah, I'm sure he did threaten to do that. That's probably partly what happened to I think he that William 127, isn't that one of the channels he called out, you guys? I'm gonna write that down, Marty, because I want to go check it out. Because this dude made me sick watching that. I just can't imagine treating your community that way. These people come in here to see you on a regular basis. They look up to you. They want to be here and hang out with you, and you talk down to them like they're dogs. That's just ridiculous to me. He's the only one that. 1 second. All right, I'm back. Sorry, guys, I had to let my dog in. He's the only one that browbeats his chatters for money. It sounded gross. And whoever the channel was that put it out, I was like, wow. Gray pubes, Mr. Friday. Welcome, Mr. Friday, sir. Good to see ya. Thank you for joining us, Saj. The Stephen Truth Show. Welcome, Stephen. Great to see ya. Thank you, Sarge. I've heard of him. I know exactly who it is. I've never watched. Yeah, don't waste your time. It was really disheartening to see that. You do. You got it all. You got it all, Saj. Come on in, guys. Grab a seat. Get comfortable. We got 53 peeps. Hey, Mocha's in the house. GGS. Yeah. Did they do that too? I didn't see him. He didn't used to do that, but maybe he does now. Miss Sherry's in the house. Hello, Miss Sherry. Welcome back. He makes you feel that way, doesn't he? That's what it seems. And then talks down to people that like they're stupid because they didn't hear something he said or understand something. Tomboy's in the house. Welcome, Tomboy. Yeah, it's just rude. Makes no sense to me. I don't know. I don't even you would think, Vivian, that's the way people are saying, I guess, that he is. I mean, that's so be it if it works for you, but I just couldn't imagine being that way. Been around for a while. For sure. Let's see, 158,000 subscribers. Somebody likes what he does. Good for God forbid. Yeah, it's crazy, Sarge. Well, I hope you're all right, bro. I hope you're not allergic or anything. Miss Lucy. Biff is in the house, Sarge. There's your Biff. Welcome, Lucy. Miss Heather. Right. I mean, sure, I could do the same thing. I'm not going to, but I hope to bring in a certain amount every month because it keeps this going. Otherwise, I can't afford it, Um, and it's not cheap anymore. But and it, whatever's left over, it would be great to help my household, sure, But this seems like from what I was listening to, like this is demanded. Like we have to do this much every day. I don't know why this, and he was being like so condescending. Like I don't know why this is so hard to understand. What? What? Get the hell out of here. That's crazy. I'd have just been like, no. Here you go, bud. There's what I'm giving you. Sorry, folks, but that's just to act that way. That's insane. Be grateful. Be grateful for anything that people want to donate to you. Mind you, these are donations. This is by people's goodwill. They don't have to do this, and he makes it sound like they have to. They should. You know, it's just insane. It reminds me of like people that go to church and they're forced to hand over like 60-70% of their income to be part of the church. That's what it reminds me of. It's crazy. Mocha, great to see you. You're permanently banned from Reddit. Well, that's crazy. I didn't know you could get banned from Reddit. Let's see here. Show. Oh, I bet you sure were, Tomboy. I can't imagine that you and him would get along like anybody. Nah. Welcome, Adrian. Monique. Hello. Miss Heather started just saying hello. Biff. So again, guys, thank you for that, hanging out with us for that weird ass hearing yesterday. And then the conversation afterwards was great, as always. It kind of is, Jen. The only way I can see it. I agree with you on that one. I'm on a 12-hour Twitter ban. Shake my head. The guilt response. Uh-oh. Gotta watch that stuff, bro. Jacob's in the house. Good to see you. Miss Vivian, thank you so much, dear. Me talking about that I didn't want that to prompt you guys to do that stuff. I was just telling you how appalled I was. And I couldn't imagine it. But thank you so much, Vivian. God bless. I appreciate that super sticker so very much. Thank you for turning that on, mods. That's a neat super sticker. I appreciate that. You're number one. Miss Sarla's in the house. I see you got that fixed, dear. Yeah, you weren't blocked over here. I don't know what happened. You must have there's glitches that happen all the time. I had one this morning. I started my show, went to hit I hit, start the stream, and it shut itself down. So I don't even know. Oh, wow. That's horrible. Did they refund money for the tickets, Charla? Come on in, guys. Grab a seat. Get comfortable. Looks like we got 59 people in here. 31 likes. Guys, please make sure to hit that like button on your way in. Share this out. Let everybody know what we're doing. Hanging out with some awesome peeps in here today. We went over the emails grid or Thrive together. We did. What's happening, Feminem? Good to see you, dear. All right, guys. Let me check this this poll here and see what it says. I think everybody should have hit it by now. All it was very simply, should we cover the Kurt Cobain death situation? 51 of you guys said yep. 28 said no. Or 20 said no, and 28% said I don't care. So I guess we're going to do it, and it's going to be coming up soon. We're also going to be doing a JFK show or shows. There might be more than one because it's going to take a little bit. Yeah, I went over with my crew, Thrive, all of that stuff, and kind of to get everybody's opinion on it, see what they thought too. Gotta get back. Miss Charlotte, thank you so much for being here. Love Iris Luck, as always, and I'm glad we figured that out and that you're back in here, dear. Wonderful to have you here. Oh, the internet problems. I get it all the time. Mine went off. All right, y'all. Let's see what we got going on to start this off today. As always, I'm going to start off with Jack and Lily Sullivan situation. Michelle put another video out on this. We've been following what Michelle's got to say about it. I can send it if you want, Thrive. I can send it over to SRB with no problem. I can just transfer it to her. If you want her to have it, I absolutely have no problem doing that. I didn't know that. And I share it with them in my Discord anyway when we have our meetings. But I can send it to her if you want, if that's easier. Yeah, that'll be fine. Yeah, I'll send it over for you, bro. No problem. Okay, here. I just saw something really strange yesterday on Facebook. They showed, it's like a clip, Jen, and it was Kurt Cobain, Chris Cornell from Soundgarden, Lane Staley from Alice in Chains, and I could never remember the dude's name, the lead singer from Stone Temple Pilots. But it showed them when they first started, and then it showed them what they would look like this year. It was all AI stuff. It was them singing, and it was their face. They aged them, progressed. It was so crazy to see. It was very weird. Scott Weiland, thank you. Yeah, which is crazy because I love STB. But yeah, all of them. It showed all of them, and it showed like what they looked like as soon as they came out. You know, first ever came out, they were singing their I think specific songs that they sang. Cobain was singing "Come as You Are." Staley was singing "Wood," and STP was singing I think "Plush" or something like that, or parts of "Plush." Anyway, or I mean the guy from STP. You just told me his name, Scott Weiland. Sorry. Anyway, and they were them. It was them. It was like real live, like versions of them on Facebook, like a video. And then they showed them then, and then 2025 what they would look like, and they were still singing, and it was so weird to me. If anybody gets to see that on Facebook, watch it. It's wild. I had to watch it like 4 times. Oh yeah, I've seen them, Alice in Chains, and I never saw Nirvana. I wanted to, but I saw Alice in Chains and STP more like 3 times each. I loved, especially Alice in Chains. I loved. Oh wow, cool. Interesting. All right, guys, let's kick this off and get moving. I'm sure you guys are tired of hearing my voice. Cat lover, welcome. Good to see ya. Let's see what's going on with the kids today, or if there's anything new. I got a couple things. Tool is amazing. I've seen Tool twice. All right, guys. Very interesting. Tool puts on an amazing stage show. They always have. The only other group I've ever seen that puts on what I would call a better stage show. I don't care for their music anymore. When I was way younger, I did. It was Iron Maiden. I loved them back in the day when I was probably like 10, 12 years old. And I saw them once. Their stage show was probably the most amazing thing I've ever seen. They bring out like a 60-foot tall thing. They call him Eddie. That's their mascot. And it comes out on the stage breathing fire and exploding things. And the stage show was just like, wow. I'm not a big fan of their music anymore. But I'm kind of moved forward, progressed. I'll listen to it still. But, you know. And then they got their lead singer, this little dude who's like 3'4", Bruce Dickinson, come running out on stage screaming. It's like, what the hell's going on? You know, it was an amazing show, though. It really was. But yeah, Tool puts on great stage shows. They're and talent, because I'm a drummer. Their drummer is amazing. I tried copying, like Sober. I've tried to play that song since I was probably 16. Can't do it. I can't not match their drummer identical. I can do it with every other song I've tried to play. Him, I cannot play it back 100% the exact same way. What's up, you? Good to see you. Yeah, they were awesome back in the day. Aurora, hello. Chris Cornell's amazing. All right, guys, let's see what Michelle's got to say real quick. Don't get me talking on music because I'll never stop.
Well, so for some of you guys, it would be just lukewarm, but for me, it's absolutely boiling. So, yeah, there's another update. So, if anybody saw my live stream from last night, very late last night, my time, CBC, they released this, what we know so far, 8.5 minutes of very interesting stuff.
Gotcha, Thrive. Thank you again, my friend. I appreciate that very much. Miss JC's in the house. There she is. Good to see you, JC. Thank you for joining us.
They also released the full interview with Lily and Jack's grandma, the paternal line, the paternal grandma, so the bio dad's mother, Belinda, which is very interesting. And now they've released the full interview with Daniel, the stepdad. And this is really interesting. There's a couple of points here where I went, what? Say what? Like, and he didn't expand. And it's like, well, that's a bombshell. There's a bombshell. Like, what on earth is that about? So, yeah, CBC have done some good work here. So we're going to play this together. I have listened to it once. I'm going to listen to it and comment. But first, I'm going to say a couple of hellos. See who's in the chat here. We got Down Under with Love. Hello, hello. Must be a weird time for you. It's like, I don't know, like middle of the night for you. Hello, Jackie and Mike. We're all hoping for a break, but not at this time. Not at this time. Just got even more questions now after listening to this. Got even more questions. Hello, Holly, Karen, Jennifer, Journey Takes a Trip, Linda, and TK. Hello, y'all. Two Arctic Wolves, True Crime Snoopy, Music City Mom, Cheryl, Inch Eye, Private Eye. That's cool. What else we got? Kelly, Shire, Neela, Blue Willow, CW, and all right. Hello from Scotland. I haven't heard it yet. Wow. Well, you're about to hear it now. Woo, Kimberly gifted 5 memberships. Let's see, we've got Julie, Ms. Neela. Let's have a look. Eastern Girls and Laurie. So welcome. And thank you, Kimberly. If you haven't been a member before, please go and check out the members area. It's got some interesting stuff in there. Go and check it out. All right, without further ado, I don't want to spend too long because it's absolutely boiling in this little room here. I do these live streams in a small bedroom at the back of my house, and it is boiling. I'm sweltering. Can't deal. Okay, so this is 10 minutes. I'm going to play it all and comment. I just want to pick up one thing here from that we talked about last night regarding the blanket. Listen to this.
And listen to this in the radio chatter.
Families brought us to a location there not far away that there's a piece of a blanket.
Police won't say anything about a blanket, but Martel says a piece of Lily's blanket was found near the boot print. He says both children may have undiagnosed.
So a piece of Lily's blanket was found near the boot print. And there was a boot print, a children's boot print found on near the gas pipeline, which runs kind of in the woods behind the house.
Me too. I met Trent Reznor. I think I told you guys that story before.
And they've spent a long time searching that area. Like the last search they did, and it was like the 17th and 18th of May, was that the last one? They spent a lot of time there around that area. But the thing that gets me, that I said last night, was I swear down that early on in the investigation, Daniel said that the blanket that was found was not the children's. Wasn't the boot print found 10 feet outside the perimeter from the backyard? Yeah, but there was a boot print on the pipeline. Or like there's a trail where the gas pipeline is, there's a trail. And there was a boot print found there. Why just a piece of the blanket? Well, presumably if you've walked through the woods carrying a blanket, you might have ripped it. But listen, I swear down, Daniel said that the blanket that was found was not the children's. Well, this is a clip from a CTV report from, I think this is May the 6th. The children's stepfather, Daniel Martel, said Mounties showed him shirts, a blanket, and a water bottle found during the search near Gerlach Road but said none of the items belongs to either child. So, did they find more than one blanket? But at least I remembered correctly that the blanket was shown to Daniel, and he said it's nothing to do with Lily and Jack. But now we're hearing that, oh, a piece of Lily's blanket was found. Could be more than one blanket. I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt. Okay, so this is the full interview, 10.5 minutes. Let's go.
I know the truth. I didn't kill Lily and Jack.
It's been 6 weeks now since you've seen Lily and Jack. I just want to ask, how are you holding up?
It's been a long 6 weeks. I know that everybody
Welcome,
basically in the world at this point is always wanted to know like what happened. It's been from sadness to anger at this point. And I know the RCMP and major crimes are working around the clock trying to piece everything together. And I'm grateful for that. But it always leaves the question, 6 weeks has gone by, and we know at this point they're not in the woods. And where are they?
Okay, we know that they're not in the woods. Well, Grandma Belinda also doesn't believe they're in the woods. The lead searcher, Amy Hansen, who was interviewed for part of the what we know so far CBC piece, she said she thinks the children are in the woods. They just haven't found them yet because the woods are just so thick. They just haven't found them. I think they could be in the woods. I absolutely do think they could be in the woods. As I said last night, I have like 2 number 1 theories. I can't decide which one I prefer, but it is very, very possible that they could be in the woods and just not been found yet. Because it happens again and again and again and again. Because I cover so many missing persons cases, I've lost count of the number of people who have been found in areas that have been searched, sometimes multiple times, and they're in a location where they should have been seen.
Not that I've seen Busy, not since that one interview she did, and that was it.
They just haven't been. So it's very possible and incredibly difficult to find 2 small children. Because they can get into holes and crevices and fall down things and go routes that an adult wouldn't think to go. So it's possible. However, there's so many red flags in this case. I can't discount the possibility that foul play is involved. I just can't discount it. I just can't. So I think that those 2 theories to me are equally likely. Okay.
Did you feel in the beginning
Welcome,
that they
Clifton.
suspected
Thanks for
you?
joining us.
Of course. The stepfather was always a prime suspect right off the beginning.
You felt that from the beginning?
Yeah.
But you don't feel that now?
Exactly.
No, I don't feel that at all. I asked for the lie detector exam, the polygraph exam. I gave them my phone. I told them I do drug tests because there's a lot of rumors online about a drug party. Mm-hmm. I know the person that said those rumors, and it was just to take the heat off themselves.
Wait, what? That was one of the things where I was like, what? So the person who spread it online that there was a drug party the night before because they saw a lot of cars in the property, they only said that to take the heat off themselves. Well, what heat was on them in the first place, given that nobody knows these people, and this random person just came online and said that they know which property it is, and they didn't know there was kids living there, and there was loads of cars there on Thursday. But what do you mean? They only said that to take the heat off themselves. What's that about? I need to know more. What heat? Now, she just moved on. She didn't ask. And this is what's so annoying about these interviews. It's like, I know that are not interrogations. Like, I know that they're doing this for the news. But what? I need to know. I need to know. I need to know. The ocean is close by. It's not that close. They're not like on the coast. Heat from the cops, yeah, maybe. But again, why would there be heat on them? We don't know these people.
Was there any kind of party?
No,
Was there any kind of gathering that someone
No.
might have thought was a party?
no,
There were no people at the house?
no. Not the night before.
Okay, you mentioned you offered to take a polygraph test.
Yeah.
Did the RCMP take you up on that?
Yes, it did.
And how did that unfold?
That unfolded in my favor. They obviously know I wasn't lying about anything.
So they said, yep, great, thank you, come in
Yeah.
for a polygraph test.
Yeah, it took a little while to set up, and
When did you do that test?
I don't know the exact date, but that would be at least 3 weeks ago, probably.
So roughly 3 weeks after the disappearance.
Yeah.
And I think most Canadians wouldn't have any idea what's involved with that. Can you describe the process? You go in and just tell us right from the start.
We go in, sit down in a big comfy chair, and they have multiple sensory pads. You have them underneath your forearms. You have them
Welcome, Bonnie, my love. Good to see you. I hope you're doing well. I hope that goes well for you. Every time I see you, it lights my heart up. Wonderful to have you here. I hope you're doing well. And you're always in our thoughts and prayers, dear. Thank you for joining us.
That's a good point. Maybe he's implying the neighbours were involved in drugs. Yeah, possibly. I mean, we could speculate all day and all night about what that means, but I was like, that was really jarring when he said that. Really jarring.
What's wrong, JC? You need me back up? Just let me know. Welcome, Aurora. They had to wait. So 3 weeks would be about right. Adrian, hello and welcome. Didn't he say he took a poly, right? No. No, it was a bit of time. Now they've gone through and interviewed 54 different people, and quite a few of those they've said have had polygraphs as well. I want to know if Malaya has had one. It's crazy. I think she definitely needs one as well. Does her mother? And anybody that's been around that child needs one, in my opinion. Those kids, in my opinion.
Very close to the ocean, 20-minute drive, tossed off a cliff during high tide and gone forever. Okay. Well, then I live near the coast as well, even though I don't consider myself living near the coast. Oh, okay.
underneath your butt, and you have them underneath your feet with your shoes off. You have a sweat gland on one finger. You have a measuring instrument for blood flow that goes in and out of your hand. And you have a cuff on your arm for blood pressure to measure your pulse.
Were you nervous?
Yeah, I was extremely nervous. Especially with the first question they asked you, did you kill Lily and Jack?
That was the first question.
Right, that lip lick. I'm sorry, that lip lick's a problem. That lip lick's a problem. I'm not a body language expert. I'm just telling you, I'm definitely not, of humans. But I am.
Cuff on your arm for blood pressure to measure your pulse.
Were you nervous?
Yeah, I was extremely nervous. Especially with the first question they asked you, did you kill Lily and Jack?
That was the first question.
Right, that lip lick. I'm sorry, that lip lick's a problem. That lip.
I see what she's talking about. I've seen other people, body language experts, that have pointed those out when people do that. If you guys didn't see that, I'm not saying it means anything, but it is something to pay attention to for professionals.
I'm sorry, that.
Yeah, I was extremely nervous. especially with the first question I asked you, did you kill Lily and Jack?
That was the first question they
Right, that lip lick. I'm sorry, that lip lick.
She says lip lick, but because of her accent, it comes off sounding a little different, guys.
It's a problem. That lip lick's a problem. I'm not a body language expert. I'm just telling you, I'm definitely not of humans, but I am of dogs. I understand dogs. A lip lick like that means a dog's nervous. So I'm wondering whether lip lick also denotes nerves in humans. Now, I made this point yesterday, and some people in the comments afterwards said, well, we don't know what his baseline is. And, you know, some people just lick their lips a lot. Okay, he doesn't.
From what I learned from my wife, it can mean a couple different things. It could be nervousness, anxiety issues, or that your lips are dry. So it can go in different directions. So, and he did just say he was nervous. So maybe him saying what he said reminded him of how he felt at that point, and that's what that was. Do you know what I'm saying, guys? I don't know. I'm not going to try to be a behavioral expert right now, but it is something that people point out.
Lick his lips at all for the entire interview, apart from then. So I've got a problem with that lip lick. I do, and it could mean nothing. It could mean nothing. But if he was a dog, I'd be like, something about that moment made him feel really nervous. Watch it again.
Yes.
Yeah, I was extremely nervous.
And he's still nervous.
Especially with the first question I asked you, did you kill Lily and Jack?
That was the first question they asked you.
Yeah.
Now, maybe it's because he's recounting the nerves that he felt.
And that's kind of wild to me that would be the first question they ask him too. I've seen polygraphs done, and they usually don't go in for the kill with the hard questions right away. I've never seen him come out right out of the gate and ask, boom, the big one. They ask you a couple questions, you know, to kind of pacify it, make you comfortable, and then boom, they hit you with it. That's a little different to me. It's surprising. I'll just say that much. You're an idiot, Sarge. I swear to God, you are. Yeah, they do need a baseline on him. That's true. So,
When he was asked that question, because come on, you know, the stepdad, it is going to be nerve-wracking. It is. You could be completely innocent. You've offered to do a lie detector. They've set it up for you, and they start asking you questions about murdering kids. It's going to make anybody feel nervous. Maybe that lip lick was the recounting of the nerves he felt. Okay, that's fine. But all I'm highlighting is he doesn't do this at all for the rest of the interview.
Yeah.
What went through your mind when someone's asking you that question so point blank like that?
Your mind has a massive release of chemicals, I guess you would call them. It's like your stress levels just astronomically through the roof, and your body doesn't know what to do because it's not.
I'm actually surprised he passed then. If he had such a big stress reaction.
That's absolute. That's why they're inadmissible in court. But it's a tool to kind of, they use them to play people, you know, in some senses. Like, where, you know, you see that your polygraph showed up negative, tell us the truth now, blah, 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 kind of stuff. But yeah, that's why they don't allow it in court. And that, I remember that Penn and Teller stuff, Jen. That was crazy.
I'm surprised he passed. Unless he had a massive stress reaction throughout the entire thing. So the baseline measures that they do, like beforehand, like they ask you like innocuous questions beforehand to get your baseline. If he's highly stressed through those, then it may not pick up the fact that he's highly stressed due.
That's why I don't understand that. Typically, they do that. They ask a few questions to get the baseline. and then they go from there. But they just won't come in swinging like 360 on that one first, and you would think that would screw it up. That's weird.
To the questions he was asked. And that is one way that someone who's lying can pass a polygraph.
Not every day the way you're hooked up to machines in an interrogation room where someone asks you questions like that.
What other kinds of questions did they ask you?
All the questions pertain to the death of Lily and Jay. Are you accessory to the murder of Lily and Jay? They were all.
So all of the questions assumed that the children are no longer alive.
Yeah.
There were no questions at all about, did you take them somewhere? Could
No.
they be somewhere?
I agree with you, Miss B. Imagine being wrongly accused. Yeah, hugely stressful. I understand that. I get that. I do.
No.
The police have done a number of polygraph tests. They've done 53 formal interviews. Do you know who these people are?
Yeah.
That's a lot of interviews.
It is a lot of interviews. A lot of them are my family, people who live in the area. And those interviews, typically my interview was 4 hours. And a lot of the interviews from my family were 1-2 hours. So
Belinda said her interview was 2 hours. Cody, the bio dad, Belinda said his interview was 1.5 hours. I can't imagine there was an awful lot that Cody could tell them because he hadn't seen them since they were babies. He hadn't seen the kids for 3 years. So Jack would only have been 1. So Cody,
there's a lot.
Cody, according to Belinda, has been cleared. That they're not interested in him anymore. I don't know whether the same can be said for Malia and Daniel, though. Just because you pass the lie detector doesn't mean to say that you're off the hook.
Very true, Miss Sherry.
Just saying.
A lot of time taken up and they ask detailed questions.
Do you know who else actually took a polygraph test?
I mean, I do, but I'm not going to say anything that's going to impede the investigation.
Okay. When did you find out the result of your test?
Immediately right after.
When did you find out the result of your test?
Say that you're off the hook. Just saying.
A lot of time taken up and they ask detailed questions.
Do you know who else actually took a polygraph test?
I mean, I do, but I'm not going to say anything that's going to impede the investigation.
Okay. When did you find out the result of your test?
Immediately right after.
What did they say to you?
You did a good job, you passed.
And how did that feel?
Good.
And did you feel that there was any further suspicion on you after that point, or was that sort of conclusive?
No, that was really.
Is that a bruise on his neck? There. Hold on. Yeah, I think it might be. Might just be lighting, but there, possibly. And then the scar that everyone's talking about is there. Like, when this was...
I think that scar was there before this all happened. That's me. That's my opinion. I'm pretty sure and if it wasn't, I'm going to say that if it was something newer, I think it happened when he was out in the woods, like maybe a tree branch or something. You know what I mean? That's just my opinion, but I think it was there beforehand. I remember seeing it in the first interview he did, and I questioned it because it was, it looked new, or it was just because of the situation. I wondered, but then he was talking about how he had been running through the woods, so on and so forth, and I'm like, okay, so if you're running past, a stick grabs your face, it could be, or it's something he had. I think. I don't think it was nothing. It just looked like a scratch mark. It was nothing like super duper bad. I don't know, guys. I can't get on board with him yet based on what he's showing us. He's very calm and collected for this interview, and he always has been for so long. Daniel's had that scratch for 3 years. Thank you, Kent. So that's where I'm at with it. Yeah, I'm not taking anybody off the table. Don't get me wrong. Same thing I did with Sebastian. But out of the whole situation, this guy's doing interviews, doing all this other stuff, and I question it. It's either, like Cap said, he's either very good and deceiving, and at deceiving people, and guilty, or he's absolutely innocent. That's how I feel about this with him.
A brand new case. People were saying, look, he's got a scratch on his face. No, the scar was there long before this. I think when his cheeks are red, that scar stands out.
That's my point to you guys. If anything, the most suspicious person in this entire thing to me is Malaya's mother. Believe that or not. And if I'll explain it if I need to, for those of you that don't get it, but she is the most suspicious person in this entire thing to me. It's just very strange the way she played into this, in my opinion.
So he's obviously been cut and maybe stitched at some point in the past. So
it seems that way. Busy for sure.
But yeah, I think that's a bruise. But you know, some people bruise really.
It's either a bruise or a birthmark. Not 100% sure.
Really easily. So, and this is 6 weeks in. You're not going to have a bruise for 6 weeks. So, whatever that is.
That looks more like a birthmark to me, like a skin patch birthmark, because he's got like a reddish colored hair. He's got very fair skin, and that my kids have a couple of those marks too. So not there. I'm just saying like that. My son has one on his hand. It looks like one, but I'm not close up enough to see it for sure.
It's probably not connected to anything.
When I seen the turning point for it's starting to taper off with investigators.
Do you know if Malaya has taken one?
I don't know if I can say, but I will anyway. Yes, she did take one.
Okay, she took one. Do you know the result?
No. RCP weren't allowed to tell me. I asked.
Okay, so Malaya did take one. Good. I'm glad to hear that. I would love to know if she passed that. Truly love to know if she passed that one. I'm more worried right now about how hers went than his. That's my opinion.
You said you feel
okay. So we don't know whether Malaya passed or not. Great. Might be a birthmark. Could be a birthmark. Like I've got a birthmark on my side. Can't remember which side now, but I've got a birthmark, and it's like white. There's like literally no pigment on there. It's weird. It's weird. My mother says it's because she drank a lot of milk when she was pregnant with me. But
welcome, Moen. Good to see you, brother.
Like if she drank a lot of I don't know, orange juice, would I have had an orange birthmark? You know what I mean? Anyhow.
Like everyone in the world wants to know what happened to Lily and Jack.
Yeah.
Why do you think that is? Why do you think this is getting so much attention?
Well,
because there's so many red flags, that's why. And because he came out speaking every single day and he's been inconsistent. Listen, there's part of me believes Daniel. There's part of me thinks, look, he's telling the truth. He has said some stuff that's inconsistent, but he's highly stressed, and at least he's talking, at least he's there, at least he's not run away. And like Malia, and I've given him the benefit of the doubt. And then there's other times when I think, oh, come on. I can't with this guy. I can't.
So Kent says Daniel's mother's cousin, Malaya's second cousin, that Malia was up and left her mother's place yesterday and is now believed to be on the reservation, and Shubenacti. While he was saying stuff, there's all kinds of stuff going on. If you get to talk to any of these family members, even last night with Durwood in the crime and shame chat, maybe we'll have to look at that then. Thank you, Kent. Yeah, I think we'll definitely have to then. That's interesting. Thanks, Kent.
With this guy. Oh yeah, it is better to take one than refusing one. We'd have a lot more to say about Malia if she didn't take a polygraph. You like Daniel? I quite like him as well. I've nothing against the guy. Let's put it that way. He's just said too many things that are inconsistent. The blanket being a perfect example. That we've got May the 6th, blankets nothing to do with Lily and Jack, and then we get this from yesterday saying that he said that the blanket was Lily's.
That's an interesting perspective, Kent. Says, I always suspected an accident, and the other one in the cover-up, and they both have to know. That's an interesting perspective. I respect that, Kent, a lot. Now, it might not have been an accident, but I don't know if it was Red Rum, but I still believe that they both know, and not that it's a hoax, but if this was a method for Malia to get away. I've heard that, again, more than once, that she wanted to get away. I just don't understand why she just wouldn't leave and to do all this. And she didn't inform RCMP once she got out of there. That's just as much of a crime and as bad as probably anything else. Good point.
It could be that there's 2 blankets in play. Okay, it could be 2 blankets. But, you know, if you piece together everything that he said that's inconsistent, it's a fair few things. And each one is only small. But when you put it all together, I don't like it. I don't like it.
Just the mysterious and nature of everything and how strange everything is. The RCMP, you know, I mean, they have to keep a tight lip on everything.
But They do. That's true. Good.
But there's a lot more that meets the eye with the case.
Whoa, there we go. That was the bombshell. There's a lot more than meets the eye with the case. What is that about? Come on now. Gamma, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. What?
That, to me, is very telling. And that tells me that there's a whole lot more going on in the background than what everybody thinks. We're seeing the surface of this, and that's it. So, yeah, that makes sense. He definitely let that one out of the bag. Contessa's in the house. Welcome, dear. I hope everyone in here is having a great day. 2 cents. My 2 cents in this case is that home looks awfully sad and dismal. With possible mental health issues, that's a bad mix for the kids. I can understand. Is there a new host of the Dago Morning Show? Not that I know of, Jesse.
Is that about? This is why this case has got so much attention, because you get these mini bombs that get dropped. What does he mean by that? And again, she doesn't follow up. But again, it's not an interrogation, so she doesn't have to follow up. She's just got a series of questions that she's pre-decided what she's going to ask him. And let's listen to that again, because that was like, whoa,
Yeah,
oh, that is, that's something else.
Everything and how strange everything is. The RCMP, you know, I mean, they have to keep a tight lip on everything. But there's a lot more that meets the eye with the case.
There's a lot more than meets the eye with the case. Well, I need that answering. I need that answering. Anybody? Can anybody answer that? What on earth is he talking about? He didn't volunteer more, but she just moved on. Like, you know, I would have liked, but what? Like what? Such as. Come on, this is the highlight of the interview, and she doesn't follow it up. You might not be allowed to say no, but why say anything at all? Why not just leave it at, yeah, it's mysterious and move on? It is a belter, you're right. It is a belter. Love to know what he means. It's a belter.
Is there something that you think the public doesn't know that you can share, that you want the public to know?
That's a hard one because I don't want to impede the investigation in any way.
That's exactly how I feel too, SRB. Not at all.
It is still a missing persons investigation. It hasn't pivoted to any type of criminal investigation.
Wow. I don't think so. I think actually it has. They're not going to come out and say that though.
But the kids were seen the day before. I know a lot of people didn't know that. I still see a lot of stuff online that the kids could have been missing for days. They were at a school for days, and they were seen in the Glasgow area on camera the day before this appearance in the afternoon.
Where was that?
I don't know if I can say that, but it was near the Highland Square Mall.
Was it with you?
It was with me.
I don't know what he says there. I can't make out his accent there, but it's in New Glasgow, so it's a town nearby. He clearly suspects Malia. Yeah, I think that. I think he does. But then again,
he said they were seen that Thursday afternoon, the day before, in near Glasgow in Glasgow near the Highland Square Mall. Sorry.
And how can he? Highland Square Mall. Okay. The mall in Glasgow. All right. Thank you. Highland Square Mall in New Glasgow. Yeah, how can he suspect her though? Because the story is that he was asleep. Well, they were both asleep. Malia was asleep. The baby was asleep. He was dozing in and out of sleep. Lily kept coming in. And then 20 minutes goes by. He doesn't hear her. And then he says to Malia, where's Lily and Jack? Or I haven't heard Lily and Jack or something.
We watched something the other night. Welcome, Amy O24. We watched something the other night that 95% of what was put out in that video was, to me, bullshit. But they did hit on something that I don't know if it's true or not. There's no way to verify it. That it was thought that a possible timeline for them to go missing was between 5 p.m. and midnight the night before. And that was interesting to me. Okay. But he says he saw them that morning. So, I don't, it's hard to weigh it out. So I don't know. That's the only thing about that video that was kind of interesting to me. But like I said, the rest of that stuff just didn't make a lot of sense. It was a very hard video to watch, to be honest with you. But that was interesting. It caught my attention because it made me wonder. And I don't know. I don't know how to take that or what to think of based on that plus what he said. So. Well, the biological father is not involved, and the mom said that she was told by RCMP not to talk to media, but then they in turn came back and said that they never said that. All they said was to be careful what you say. That's it. She's choosing not to. Welcome, Ginger. Great to see you. Thank you for joining us.
So how can he suspect Malia? Because she was right there. So how can he suspect Malia? Think he suspects someone that none of us know about? Yeah, probably. Maybe. That's a good point. Because I think Malia's more suspicious than Daniel because she's done a runner. So, when you do a runner and people have loads of questions, you make yourself look really guilty, even though you might not be, even though you might just be struggling really, you know, your kids have disappeared, you might be really struggling, your mental health might be, you know, -10.
I don't think you're being harsh, Contessa. I personally can't judge based on what the outside of the house looks like about how they would take care of the kids or what they could do to the kids per se. Because I'd be honest with you, I've even been on scenes where like people that are rich, that have beautiful homes, are very abusive to their kids. I've seen it firsthand. So now some of the stuff on the outside of the property did look to be a little bit dangerous for kids, kind of hazardous per se. But this is just how some people choose to live. But I can't make a judgment based on that. You know what I mean? I'm not saying you're being harsh. I'm just saying, just think about it. You know, I mean, I'm like, certain people are raised a certain type of way. They don't know any different. This is how they're used to living per se, or just what they're comfortable with and what they can afford per se in some senses. So that doesn't necessarily mean that they're abusive or neglectful to their kids. That's the way I look at it. Not saying you're wrong, okay? But that's the way I've been looking at it with this especially. So.
And you have to get away. But I find it highly unusual that a parent will disappear the very day after the children disappear. I find that really odd. I find that really strange. I also find it incredibly concerning that Daniel's not allowed to see any of his children. He's still not seen any of his children. Like his baby is biologically his, Meadow, and he has got 2 children from a previous relationship, and he's not seen them either. So what has Millie been telling them?
Malaya and Meadow and Lily and Jack were there too.
And are the police aware of that?
The police were aware of that since.
Do they have that video?
Yes, they do. I also talked to my coworker in the parking lot as well, and he verified that with investigators as well. So for all the speculation, they were gone days ahead of time, or they were seen the afternoon on camera before the disappearance.
Why do you think the police are asking for video dating back, days before that?
Well, the reason for that is they want to see the traffic of the vehicles on the roads in the area, right? Maybe vehicles that were traveling that area a lot over the last few days prior to hand, or vehicles that, weren't seen in the area, or vehicles that were seen in the area, like local people that are, you know what I mean, making frequent trips past the house, or which it's all considered evidence. I mean, more pictures and videos is the better.
Okay, I suspected that. I think that's the reason why. They're like, they know Lily and Jack were alive and well on May the 1st. Why ask for video and dash cam and stuff like that to the 28th? And yeah, it's to track vehicles, to see who's passing by, to see whether there's any vehicles that pass by a lot, and where do those vehicles go to, and then any new vehicles in the area. So absolutely. So I just wish that they'd asked the public for dash cam footage and trail cam footage early on, because the earlier the better. And then you don't have a situation where somebody did have footage, but they've deleted it, or it's been written over. They dropped the ball there.
I think the understanding is when they were seen near the mall, that they all went together. Malaya, Jack, Lily, Meadow, him, to pick up his paycheck. Because what he does, they get paid once a month, the end of the month. And I think that's what he kind of was explaining, if you were listening a little bit. You have to kind of listen between the lines. You know what I'm saying? I think that's what it was. And so after that, wherever they went after that, or whatever happened, is a possibility that could have been then or the next morning, like what was said. So
I've said that many times. Thank you, Neela, for the $9.99. Thank you so much. Thank you. Very kind of you.
They say they have hundreds of hours of video. Do you know if they found anything on those videos?
I think it was up to 2 weeks ago, they had footage that they examined for evidence.
So the question is, did they find anything on those videos? But it gives a very long, convoluted answer. And I don't think he did this purposefully. I think he just kind of went off on a tangent.
There was 8 kilometers diameter out from the house. So that was after a month. That's how long it took to get footage and review it 8 kilometers out.
But they didn't ask. They didn't ask. They might have asked in the immediate vicinity early on, but they didn't ask until I think it was May 26th for dash cam from people passing by on Guylock Road. And it was May 20th when they went to Melissa Scott's place, and that's 3 miles away. So, yeah, it might have taken them a month because they didn't ask initially. So, what can you do?
So, what's on the video?
Okay, so that's good. She brings it back. What's on the video? Is there any evidence?
I don't know. I'm only limited by what they tell me.
How often are they in touch with you?
Investigators now, I'd say maybe once every 5 days.
I feel like they waited way too long to do a lot of this stuff, Alicia. This was a very delayed, very, very delayed investigation the way this happened, and that's very disappointing because God knows what could have happened or what has happened at that point. You know what I mean?
And usually I'm the one who calls or messages them.
And how's that changed over the course of the 6 weeks?
Well, from the beginning, it was almost daily, tapering off to where it's only like once every 5 days now.
And how do you feel about that?
It's good. It's good and bad. I mean, I like to talk to them in person about any little small details I come up with or anything I can try to bring to their attention, which may help the investigation. So I don't get to see them often, so it's always over phone or messaging, and it's hard to really convey what you want to say when you're not in person. But then I also know the eye's not on me. The investigators don't see me as part of the disappearance.
How do you know that?
Well, when you're going from daily to tapering off every 5 days, I mean, I already gave them everything on my phone. I'm the one who originally said, here, take my phone. We'll go through all my banking information. We'll go through all my stuff on my GPS from Google.
And you were offering all that up, right?
Yeah, I offered everything.
And why were you doing that?
That doesn't mean to say that they don't suspect him. They look, these investigators, just because they're not speaking to him every day now, like, breathing down his neck, doesn't mean to say that he's off the hook. And because he passed a polygraph doesn't mean he's off the hook. Sometimes they'll let you simmer. They'll not keep badgering you. They'll just leave it, let it simmer, and then wait to see what pops off.
To show them that I want to get the investigation moving. I know I have nothing to do with any of it. A lot of speculation is you killed the kids. We'll just come out and say it straight as it is.
What do you think when you read that?
It's a lot of nonsense, obviously. I know the truth. I didn't kill Lily and Jack. And I just think a lot of people online they're seeking drama. That's the main thing. Everybody's allowed their own opinion, like I said before, but it's hard on the people that were actually there and missing the children. Still haven't got to see any of my kids, including Lily and Jack. And that's been really tough, going from a family of 7, including my other 2 kids that live in Halifax now, going from a family of 7 in the blink of an eye, or families ripped apart.
We'll do that next.
you're left alone.
And look, if he's innocent, if Daniel has got nothing to do with this, it must be agonizing for him. It must be going from, you know, having 3 kids around the house, and Malia, who said she couldn't live without him. You know, she's all over Facebook saying that she couldn't live without him, to, you know, Lily and Jack going missing and Malia doing one, just disappearing. How? I can't get over that. It's just the bizarrest thing. I can't get over the fact that Malia left. Can't get over that. And why is he not allowed to see his own kid? Now, it could well be that CPS are not involved in the other 2 kids who he says live in Halifax now, which is, you know, a considerable drive away. It's not like over the other ends of the earth, but, you know, it's a fair ways away. So he can't see them frequently. But Meadow, he's not even had any supervised visits with Meadow.
Exactly, Ginger. My wife said the same thing. She said, because we've watched some of the interviews together, she said that he holds good eye contact during the interviews. As to when you're being dishonest, a lot of times you look in a lot of different directions and different things. So that was her opinion too. And I agree with her.
I don't. Why?
Agree to
why? I don't understand. Yeah, postpartum depression. Yeah.
Good stuff, Kent.
Possibly. Anyhow, just wanted to hop on and go through that. I'm going to get off here, though.
Once again, thanks to Michelle for putting that out. I always try. I've been following what she's put out on this from the beginning. I'm going to go with where Kent said and take and do a quick review on this real quick. Because I'm real curious now. Real curious. And like I said, you guys, this case is really pulled my interest just as much as Sebastian's did. She was wanting to leave in the first place. I think that's how this all happened. And then the response from the searchers being so quick blew it up in her face out of proportion. And she felt she could. That's a good point, Kent. But, you know, I just wondered, like, if you want to leave, why don't you just leave? Why do all this crazy shit? You know what I mean? It's wild to me. Very wild. So, hang on here, guys. Let me get to this point so we don't have to go through all this. And again, this will be... they've been doing a lot of stuff on this from the beginning. The channel is called A Criming Shame. Please jump on over, check them out, and give them some credit for running these. The info in the video that they put out on this stuff. Sorry. All right, here we go.
Job I passed.
Okay.
That was a little off to me.
Wait a second. Hi, Charmaine.
Hi.
Okay, Charmaine.
Sunny.
Okay, so I have Durwood on the phone, and I'm just gonna, Durwood, can we just do a quick test? Can you just quickly say Durwood?
Durwood.
Can you hear that just fine?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so again, you guys, in chat, always be respectful. So Durwood is the person that has called into Dolly's show, and honestly, Durwood, I'm just gonna let you say whatever you would like to say today, right now, and then
So I did hear that somebody did call in to Dolly's show that was a family member or a friend or somebody close to the family and made some statements about this situation. What it is, I'm not sure because I don't watch Dolly anymore. Well, I didn't, but so I guess we'll see here if the same person what it actually is. Thanks, Kent, very much.
Maybe we can ask you a few questions throughout it, or you can ask us anything we're thinking as well. Or so I'll just let you take the wheel. Go ahead.
Well, all right. My mind is kind of rambling right now, but let's go to the first thing. I was
Sure.
called a liar because I said that Daniel and Malaya had lived together for 4.5 years. And that's true, because what a lot of people don't know is that Daniel lived with Malaya at my cousin's place, who is Patty, the great-grandmother, for about a year, up to a year and a half, before they moved to Lansdowne. And then they lived in Lansdowne for 3 years, for about 3 years.
Okay.
So that's a lot of people don't know. Well, nobody, I suppose, would know that they lived there for over a year before they moved to Lansdowne.
Okay. Kent says supposedly she took the kids to the street, got them away, and was walking back in, got caught by Daniel's mother. Damn Daniel. So she had to play along with the story. But okay, then why are they still investigating this? Why wouldn't you just come out and tell RCMP, here's what happened? They would be understanding instead of going through all of this and having the whole world look for them. That's wild, though. I'm going to listen to the cousin dog. Oh, okay, Kent.
Before the.
So this Durwood is a cousin to. I'll catch this here in a minute.
The lady gave them their trailer to live in. Now, the shit has hit the fan a little bit here today.
Because you're kicking up dirt, right?
I was visiting with the family,
Mm-hmm.
and I was asking some questions, and there was somebody there that I just sort of wanted to let them know that I knew something, because I was pretty suspicious of them. And I believe they were actually eavesdropping on me, which I counted on. So I let out a little information that should have shook things up. And then I believe the person that eavesdropped on me, I intentionally let them eavesdrop on me.
Mm-hmm.
And then I believe they directly called Malaya, and within a half an hour, Malaya had panicked and grabbed Meadow, and took off from Cindy's place, which is her mother's place in Wentworth.
Right.
And that's where she's been staying under 24-hour supervision by CPS. But anyway, she fought with her mother. Her mother tried to keep her there physically and couldn't keep her there. And Malaya headed, what I was told by the other family members who called me back right away, and that she had grabbed the baby and ran and headed for the reserve in Shubenacadie. Why she would head for the reserve, I don't know. And I don't know for sure if that's where the chief of the Micmac Reserve, it's his brother that's her lawyer.
Oh, yeah.
And the only thing I can think of in that, and not so, what I don't know, I'll say I don't know. What I know, I know. Now, I don't know exactly why she ran for the reserve,
Mm-hmm.
but the only connection I can think of is that her lawyer's there. Maybe she thinks she can get some kind of, I don't know, legal protection or whatever, because I think she realizes that the jig is up. And I think she realized that I knew more than I made an educated guess, and I think I was right, and made her panic.
Right.
So she did that, and then there's that's mainly what I want to say for now, is that I think the jig is up, and things are going to break pretty quick. Now, as far as the kids, and I said this before, and I meant it. I don't care. Things have gone too far. I don't care which family, the Mackenzies, Daniel's family.
Yeah.
Daniel's last name is Martel, but
Yeah.
his family are
Mackenzie.
boys.
Yeah.
And they're a good bunch of people. They're hardworking people. Daniel's a hard worker, and he's not. Daniel to me has always been a very respectful guy. I can't say a bad thing about Daniel. And as far as his heavy drug use, Daniel did have a drug problem up until about two and a half years ago, and he's been clean for over 2 years. He attends Narcotics Anonymous on a regular basis, and he's been clean for over 2 years. So this bullshit about a big meth house, and I know who that came from. The guy down the road that started that horse shit is one of the worst people in this county.
So
let's just say if there was ever anybody you would not believe, that would be.
Which is what we said in the beginning when the person came out and said, oh, they had a big old party with cars out to the road, and then they were probably in there smoking crack pipes together, blah, blah, blah. And Alicia called that from the very beginning and said, I don't believe that. That's bullshit. That's a nosy neighbor just being a nosy neighbor. And she was right. Here you go. And we have people all around, even here in the States, guys, so it happens everywhere, that do the same damn thing. So there's that.
The guy.
Well, okay, because that one was basically the neighbor saying that they drove by the house. There was like a big party going on Wednesday or Thursday. They couldn't remember. And that's kind of what started like this whole, drug party thing.
Exactly.
Yeah, was that post. Yeah.
Exactly.
This is why people that do that kind of shit need to mind their own damn business. Because I've always said, if you think something's going on, don't mind your business. Say something, do something. Except when you're making up shit and you're lying about shit, okay? Don't do that. If you're going to help children that are in need or somebody, that's what I'm saying. Don't mind your business. Get involved. Say something. Save that person. Help that person. But when you're lying about things because you're just an idiot, then that's no. We don't do that. That's not the way to do this.
That guy, and I won't say his name, of course.
That's fine. Yeah.
That guy and his brother got chased straight out of the towns here for doing a lot of really dirty stuff, for a lot of stealing, a lot of assaulting people together, and he was pretty well. That's why he's out in the country. He pretty well got chased out there. So and he's a very
yeah.
And by the way,
yeah,
I'm supporting Daniel quite a little bit,
but
I'm not ruling anything out with Daniel.
Absolutely right. I mean,
I'm not ruling anything out with any of them. Other than this, Cindy, the great grandmother, knows nothing and has no responsibility or connection to this at all. Or Patty, the great grandmother, has no responsibility or connection to this at all, other than being very concerned.
Right.
Now, this is what I had to investigate in my family hard, because I firmly believe that my first sort of dig into this found that the arrows were pointing hard at Malaya and Daniel.
Yeah.
And it came to be that there's a lot more pointing at Malaya with the actual problem with the kids disappearing than Daniel. Daniel is confused. He thinks he knows what happened,
right?
And he knows part of it, but believe it or not, he is very desperate. He's just sick about Meadow, but I'm not saying he's totally innocent in this. But
right.
Listen, there's been no big crimes. There's been no big murders. There's been no big huge abductions. There's been no children getting sold for drugs. It's all been overworked. It's all been overblown. And what's happening here right now, and this is 99%. I'm absolutely sure. What's happening here right now is there was a young couple together. They had kids. They were stuck out in the country. Well, Malaya wasn't very happy because it's pretty damn boring out there. And a couple others, and they were having their differences. There was I won't say which one. There was one not disciplining the kids enough, and there was another disciplining the kids a little bit. Like believed in, not to the extent of abuse, I don't believe that, but I believe, corporal punishment. Our people believe in a slap in the arse now and then.
Right.
Some people don't.
Old school ways.
That's right. So there was a difference of opinion in there. And then I believe Malaya did have some postpartum depression when Meadow came along.
Yes.
And that created some problems. And then financially, now Daniel worked that this 1 day a week thing is another bullshit. It's that mill, like I said, I got to know Daniel because my young fellow worked at the same mill with him for a couple of years up there, and that's how I got to know Daniel, because my house I moved since then, half a mile down the road from the mill. So when they'd come from work, they'd stop in at the house together. They got to be friends, and like I say, Daniel always acted respectfully and very decent around me and my people. There was never any problem. Now, I'm 65. Where was I going?
You know what, Derwin?
Welcome, Cat Lady. Thank you so much for joining us.
I do the same thing all the time. Now, can I just ask you one thing? What date? Can we just ask what day did Daniel actually work on? This 1 day that he worked?
That's where we were. No, listen.
Oh,
see, it varies. He
varies.
always worked 5 days a week.
Right.
Sometimes overtime. The reason the mill shuts down here is we have road closures for frost and that when the frost coming in and out. So there's a couple of times a year in the spring and the fall we have road closures for a few weeks, so the mill closes down. Yeah. And then the odd time that mill runs out of product, so they close down once in a while. And what they do, they'll put you down to 1 day a week because they don't want you to.
He said that our people believe in, a smack on the butt here and there, okay? And he said that there were some differences of opinion on disciplining, and that Malaya was having some postpartum depression issues after having Meadow. All of that makes sense. Listen, guys, when me and my wife are a blended family. I had 3 kids. She had 3 kids. We got together. We had 1 child together. We both had, people have different ways of doing things. We struggled with the disciplinary thing in the beginning. I was more of a disciplinarian, believed that kids should be punished. Not, they need to be, they can't just be allowed to get away with things. She was not like that because her first husband was very disciplinary, like too much, which is why they got divorced. And so she didn't do it at all. And I had to be the one to step up and make that happen. So it does happen. And especially when you're young, until you can come to a middle ground and make things work, which we did. We've been together 23, 24 years going on. It just takes time sometimes. That's all I'm saying. And it's very hard when the kids aren't yours. Because you don't want to overstep your boundaries. You don't know which direction to go with it. And it goes both sides. And so, but at that point, we don't do step kids in this house. They're all of ours. So
to quit on them,
exactly.
When they get good employees, they'll pay them that 1 day a week because I don't know what it's like out there, but here then they work full time there. I would say anywhere from at least a bad year is half a year, like say 6 months, up to about 9 months a year.
Yeah.
And in that other time, they get paid the 1 day a week, and plus they get unemployment. So Daniel, they weren't just living on 1 day a goddamn week, which is what there's another bunch of crap,
right,
over and over again.
And
so
yeah. So do you know by chance, just for the sake of people wanting to know, do you know what? I know that what you're saying exactly there, Derwin, about, obviously work gets slow. They don't want to lay you off. They keep you on, but mostly you're saying he works 3/4 of the year.
No problem.
Was there a particular day that he was set to work each week? Do you know?
Yeah. Usually it was the same day. I think usually it would be a Monday.
Okay.
It was a regular 1 day a week. It wasn't just called in for a day.
Right. Yeah.
It was a regular schedule deal.
Yeah. And I mean, like I said, I haven't listened to today's Dolly with you, Derwin. I haven't had time because I was working, and then I was like, I had to have groceries coming, etc., etc. Anyways, life got busy, and I didn't listen to today's. I listened to yesterday's, and I know that you feel, and tell me if I'm wrong here. I know that you were saying on Dolly Visions Live that you don't believe the children are in the wood. and you don't
No,
believe that
no,
they're
they were never in the woods.
right. And so because Daniel spoke to, see, this is what I said, and you said the same thing, but so Daniel spoke to Charmaine, which is the co-host with me on It's a Crime, for It's a Crime and Shame, and Daniel said a lot of stuff about Malaya and some other things, and he said that Charmaine could talk about certain things and to go through it. And just remember that, like the child meadow, obviously it goes to the internet. But my problem is that this is about Jack and Lily. It's not about Daniel's love for Malaya and his little bit. Yeah.
That's why I don't give a shit.
Yeah.
I really don't. It's not important to me as far as the relationship between Daniel and Malaya, I really think it was a pretty good relationship. Matter of fact, I'm sure it was. But like anything, they they had their differences and they had their arguments here and there.
And I still think, guys, this is my opinion. He's probably right there. Like I said, he had kids, she has kids. They get together, they have a child. It's hard. But I still think, and I'm going to stress this, I still think that Malaya's mother, Cindy, is in her ear, has been in her ear, is chirping in her ear, telling her to get away, telling her this is wrong, that's wrong, this is wrong, that's wrong, whatever, and got over involved in their relationship and may have caused problems in there too. This isn't an opinion I have. It's a very strong opinion I have based on what I saw and heard. I'm just saying, I may be wrong, but that's what I think at this point. That didn't help this situation.
I was married for 30 years and I had lots of them. Now, what I think happened, what I'm pretty sure happened, is Malaya. They had a few arguments, they had a bad stretch for a while,
right?
And Malaya was complaining and bitching to some members of the family, and she lost her temper or lost her control a little bit, and she was like seriously complaining, saying she wanted out of there and stuff like this, right? And then there was some stuff she said that really wasn't true, but I think she was exaggerating her position. Now, some members of the family took that seriously, and they decided on their own. To look into it, right?
Right.
And okay. That's all I better say about that for now.
Yeah,
that's all I better say about that for now.
I get it.
All right, I'm going to tell you this. I'm really hopeful.
Yeah.
And I have some good reasons to really hope and believe that those kids are alive.
I would love to pray and think so as well. Absolutely.
Well, the reason why I can't say it's almost like I'm in a position like Daniel was stating, but slightly different. Daniel was saying he knew some stuff that he couldn't say. Well, I broke Daniel down, and he said I got it all out of him. Now, I'm not saying I agree with a lot of it, and I'm not saying it was the truth or a lie, but I cross-checked a lot of it, and it helped me find out more information.
Well, he believes that Malaya's innocent of all this, is what he told us. That's what he told. Yeah, and then he also said
Malaya made an awful mistake, is what happened, and then she made a bad mistake. There was some people involved with her. They made a bad mistake, thinking they were doing something good, and before they realized what happened, things blew up so quick. The Mounties moved in so quick with the dogs.
Right.
The searchers and everything started so quick that by the time they realized, oh, Jesus, what did we do? It was gone too far. They couldn't back out of it.
Well, that's where I was at. I keep flip-flopping like a fish, Derwood, to be honest with you, because I'm very deep empath, and I'm, very wise to people's emotions and stuff. But Daniel has me for a loop, and Malaya and I keep flip-flopping like a fish, because one minute I'm like, okay, Daniel, and then next thing I know, I'm like, because the whole thing. Go ahead.
Like that. I was like that myself until I started learning more and more information. Like I said, I know so many people here, and there was people. Once people found out around here that I was related to them, there was people that I've known for years. There's some retired Mounties that I went to school with, and one of them still active, and they were talking to me, and there was a lot of connect. Daniel's cousin Logan, there was the mystery cousin. No, she's really his cousin, and I know her well.
Yeah,
and she was talking to me. She's like, I have a good relationship with them and my family.
Right.
And then I have a relationship with a lot of people around the community that sort of trust me. I was an evil bastard, but I was a good evil bastard. Like I want good for people. I want people to get along okay, and I want to have peace and stuff like that. So now here's where I'm.
So this is Malaya's family, her second cousin. And you heard him say that he's kind of on Daniel's side with this, which is wild, but
I'm going to go with this finally. I am very sure. And if I'm wrong, I'll eat a 10-pound turnip or something. But and this, I'm narrowing it down. I'm very sure at this point that Malaya dressed the kids and took them to the roadside and put them in a vehicle. I'm about 80% sure I know who was driving the vehicle. I know who was in the vehicle.
Okay.
And I know who transported the kids. I'm very, very, very close to being 100% on that one. And when I finish finding out for sure, for absolute sure, then I'm gonna be able to find where those kids got delivered to.
Go ahead.
When I, and that's why I got to be careful about what I say. All right, I got the cops. The cops ride me pretty hard. I think somebody's got a private investigator on me because there's been a blonde-haired girl running around the community here following me and taking pictures of me when I stop at a store and shit like that. And I don't care. They can do it. They can do whatever they want. I can get away from them if I want. But there's and then I talked to the head guy of the major crime unit here, and he was told by some of my family that I had more information that they should know. Now, you see, the thing is, I don't really know if they know 100% of what I know, and vice versa.
Right.
But they will not. What I've formatted to this guy, the head of it, his name's Jordan. I said, listen, I need. There's just I'm so close to nailing these people down that there's just. It's not serious facts. They're just small facts that will corroborate what I already know.
Right.
But they will not tell me anything. But yet they are demanding that I tell them what I know.
Right. Yeah, gotcha.
And I won't do it. And there's a lot of people on here saying, "Oh yeah, you should go to the cops. You should tell them everything." Well, I listen. I've seen a lot of incompetence in the goddamn cops around here, man.
Right.
And truly, I've heard a lot of people say that about RCMP. I've never had a personal experience with them. I can't give a I can't give a true to form feeling about how I feel about RCMP. Now, I will say I've covered a few cases out of Canada that I was very unhappy with RCMP's work. I'm not saying they're doing it on this one. Just saying.
I don't trust them. And I don't think they're workers. I'll tell you this. I think they, and this has been going on for what, 6.5 weeks? And if these guys would have done their goddamn jobs, this would have been over within a week.
You speak the truth.
And that's what's really pissing me off. The longer these kids have been out there floating around, the more chance there is of them being hurt.
Yeah,
and I hate
honestly.
that, and I won't put up with it. And the cops are threatening me with charges. Well, they can shove that because here's the way it is. Here's the way it is.
Speak it.
If I give them a name, right? And I asked the guy today. I said, "Okay, you won't tell me anything."
Mhm.
He says, no, that's the way we investigate. And I said, well, that's maybe part of your problem. Maybe that's why the kids aren't goddamn well in our living room right now.
Mhm.
So anyway, he didn't. I was ignorant to him. And I can be ignorant, I guess, especially when I get
You're
pissed off and
feisty.
worked up.
You're
But
feisty.
anyway, I said, okay, I give you a name. Let's, for example, I give you a name right now. And he said, yeah. I said, what are you going to do? He said, well, we're going to investigate. And I said, well, how are you going to investigate? Tell me what you're going to do. I said, is you're just going to go and interview the person. And he said, yes. And I said, so if I give you a name of somebody I believe picked the kids up and transported them to somewhere else and gave them to somebody else, you're going to go interview them and they're going to drop a goddamn dime the minute you walk away to the people that have the kids. And then that's going to blow the whole thing because then the kids will either be moved
Right.
or they'll or whoever has them will panic and hurt them. And I put out the warning on Dolly Vision, and this is why I did it. And I'll do it here too. I'll do it. I hope the people, if those kids are alive, and that's a big if because it's been a long time, but I still believe there's a very good chance they are.
Mhm.
If those kids are still alive, and if they're where I think they are, if you to the goddamn idiots that are still holding on to those kids, I want to say this: if you panic, we're zeroing in on you, and you know it. The last couple of days, they know we're zeroing in on them. And if you panic and hurt those kids, thinking that you're going to hurt them and get rid of them and not get nailed, you're wrong. Because we're already very close to having you. And if we're going to have you regardless of whether you hurt the kids or not, and if you hurt the kids, it's going to go one hell of a lot worse on you. So here's my advice to you, goddamn idiots.
Go on.
Let's bring those kids to the light of day. Bring them to somewhere where we can get them into safety and where they should be. Now, there's no way they're going to be going back to Malaya or Daniel, I'll tell you that, because of the CPS problems and that, and especially since Malaya bailed today. There's no, I don't believe there's any way that either Daniel's going to get those two kids back or Malaya. And I don't believe Malaya should because she's not mentally capable.
Right. Can I ask you one thing? Was there, just to ask you if you can answer or not, was there CPS issues before this? That we've heard? I'm just asking you if you could say or not, if you know. If you don't, then
not that I know. Not that I know of. No.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
And you know the inside of that trailer.
Yeah.
The inside of the trailer, those kids were always kept clean. They were always well fed. The inside of the trailer was a lot neater than the outside. And one thing about the old.
And there it is. Like I said before, guys, I said this before. I think Alicia has said it, and a few others have said it. The inside of that trailer could be glistening for all we know. Very clean. The kids were fed. The trailer was clean. So the outside of it may have looked kind of dumpy in some senses, but that doesn't lead to any expectations as to how the kids were actually living inside the trailer. So that's important. That's good to know. That just kind of proves some kind of a scenario that a lot of people are taking and saying, oh my God, there's this, that, and everything else. So they were probably beaten and abused and all that. And you can't say things like that until you know for a fact. Like I said, I've been personally in the middle of situations where I've seen people living in $300,000 homes, driving very nice cars, their fridge is full, and their kids are horribly abused and neglected. It happens. It happens. So remember that stuff.
Old cars not laying around. Was when Daniel was working one day a week, he tried to make a spare buck here and there off selling a car part and stuff like that.
Yeah, Belinda had
so I mean
said
that did accumulate. I mean, there's some old washers, but a lot of people in rural Nova Scotia live like that, man. It's nothing rare. So these people, there's no the kids. I believe the kids are alive about number 4 because there's no real killers amongst these people. There's no kid killers amongst these people.
Oh, right, okay.
Now I believe there's a very good chance if these goddamn idiots hear me now. I really am closing in. Especially, I found a lot of information today. I had a good day today.
Did you have a good?
Well, here's the other side to this too. If that whole scenario is absolutely true, what point would there be to harm the kids? Unless Malaya thinks if this all happens this way, unless Malaya or those people, whoever has it that took the kids, thinks they need to do that to protect themselves, that would be dumb. That would be stupid dumb. if he's right on all this, because it's interesting, but if he's right, that would be so dumb to say that or to do something like that. You're already going to be in some bit of trouble. You're going to add that to the mix? Come on now. That's crazy.
Good day today?
Yeah,
and that's what I was thinking, Alicia, and that's what scares me. Like now they know, and they're going to panic and do something really stupid, and that would just tear my heart in half. If this is the scenario, these kids are alive, it was just stupidity on her part and ignorance. Don't make it worse. Please don't make it worse. That's all I'm saying. Please don't make it worse.
And I'm going to go observe some people in the next couple of days and watch a few things. So I want these people to know that they're being zeroed in on. They're not going to get away with this.
You're like a true crime sleuth over there.
So come clean, or else.
Yeah.
I don't
No,
know.
no, I have a question.
One second, Charmaine. It's okay. 1 second. Charmaine's trying to ask you a question here. Go ahead, Charmaine.
I just want to know if if you're correct in where the kids probably are, do you believe that Malaya knows where they are and that's why she left? Or because she knows that by hiding them for this long, she's in serious trouble regardless if they're alive or not alive. This has become a huge deal, and if they're alive and just being hidden, I don't understand because.
Excuse me. Go ahead.
No. Okay. Well, answer that part of it if you could first, Charmaine.
Yes. Now this is no proof. So
no, it's just speculation.
Okay, but it's a fairly educated guess. Is all I say, because I'm not going to say something's true if I really don't know, or if I don't have some kind of foundation behind it.
Right.
Now, this may not be true.
Okay.
But every indication through everywhere is yes, Malaya knows where they're at. And her bailing today was another large indication to me, because I think she was informed very quickly that I stated a name. I inquired about a name, and I was eavesdropped on, and I dropped the name because I wanted to be eavesdropped on.
Right.
Because the person that was eavesdropping, I was very suspicious of being involved. And before I got back home, I got the phone call that Jesus Christ, Malaya had grabbed the baby, panicked, and took off.
So that fact? Is that fact, Derwood?
Yes, it is that Malaya grabbed the baby and took off.
Yeah.
The only part of that I can't verify.
Right, is why.
Is that she went to the reserve in Shubenacadie, although that's where she screamed that she was running.
Okay.
And my relatives all believe that that's where she headed now, unless she changed her mind.
Right.
And somebody had tried to call her to verify this, because one of the people I know called her. And when she recognized the voice, they could hear the car going, and they could hear the wind in the car. They knew she was traveling in a car.
Right.
And she immediately hung up on them and shut her phone off. So that's the total of, I know for a fact she grabbed the baby and bailed in a hurry. And I would say 85% sure myself that she was heading for the reserve in Shubenacadie.
Now, Derwood, if you don't mind, can I go back to something for a sec? Well, there's a couple things, but it's stuff that you kind of were talking about. But okay, now Daniel's interview yesterday, right? So my thing is this: I like to look, and a lot of other viewers, but myself and Charmaine, we just like to look at the facts and see where the facts take us. And then, the other stuff to the side becomes side stuff. And, does it belong in there? Does it seem like it doesn't belong in there? But, regardless, whenever family speaks, that's fact, regardless if it's, truth or not, regardless, right? So that's what we like to look at. That's what we always like to put out there, just the truth and the facts of the case, and then talk about speculation. As long as, but so Daniel's interview yesterday there was quite a few things that were different than what he had told Charmaine
I don't think a lot of Daniel's interview yesterday was accurate.
No. Well, there were some things in there for sure, but one of the things that, like what he said, like that Daniel out of his mouth said, so there's a couple of things that, and maybe you might have the answer, maybe you don't. A lot of us keep questioning, like, okay, so if the kids went out back through this silent door, which is a strange thing to say, okay, that a silent door, two people saying that in an interview is kind of weird. Usually you don't say, even saying to Belinda, same thing was said to Belinda in messages, which makes it seem like it's contrived. But did not Janie hear the kids or see the kids, like, to give insight to the Thursday? Because I know that there's video footage from New Glasgow from Thursday, but like, is there anything that you know of by chance about anything about from Thursday to Friday? And if Janie had seen them, the children?
Yes, Janie had heard them. You're talking about Daniel's mother, Janie.
Correct, Janie. Yes. And if you can't say something, then obviously you can't.
Just let me think it over for a sec.
Sure. Because he did say that to Belinda, Daniel. He did say that she thought she might have heard them, and the dogs barked a couple times. That's what Daniel said to Belinda. So it was just a matter as if, there was a little bit more on that one, like if Janie had actually seen or the kids, or if there was confirmation that she did hear them. That was all. That spot is very hard for people that are following the case to understand.
Well, here's my understanding on Janie.
For those of you that may have popped in recently that didn't catch all this gentleman, he's a 65-year-old gentleman. This is Malaya's second cousin. His claim is that he went to his family's house and was talking to his family members, the rest of Malaya's family. And that he was asking questions because he had some thoughts, some feelings about the situation. He knows both of them very well, Daniel and Malaya, and says that, he's given some, here comes the rain again. Good Lord. If I disappear, that's why. Anywho, he sat, it's been more than once, I believe, and he's asked some questions on some things that he's been thinking about and wondering about. And he said that there was somebody that was there that he knew was eavesdropping, per se, that he kind of specifically, purposely said certain things to give them the option to hear what he said. And once he left, after the conversation he had with the family members, not too long after that, they kind of knew what he was doing too, per se, he led on to. He said he got a phone call not too long after that Malaya took Meadow, the baby. She was staying at her mother's house, as a lot of everybody knew, and she bolted with the baby after, like, an hour after this all went down. He got a phone call from a family member that found that out, that they left. And I guess Cindy, the mother, had told somebody else that she pleaded with Malaya not to leave and tried to fight her to stay there, and she wouldn't listen. She just took off and headed towards what he believes to be the reservation, which is where her attorney's at. And or maybe another situation. I don't know. But so that's how, building up to this point, that's how this guy knows what he knows and what he's talking about, per se. If this is all true. Okay. I'm 50-50 on this right now. I 50% believe it, 50%, we'll see. I'm just saying, because it does sound interesting. I'll put it that way, and we'll just see what else we have to say here.
Malaya never thought that Janie was home at the time in the morning, that early in the morning.
Right.
For those of you that didn't catch this, Janie is Daniel's mother that lives in the camper out back behind their property there.
Malaya was on the side of the road, and Janie showed up and surprised the shit out of Malaya.
She was on the side of the road?
Yeah. I believe this is not fact.
Okay. Speculation.
I can't prove it.
Okay.
I believe that Janie just missed the kid transfer. I believe that Janie just missed the kids being put into a vehicle.
So, right, because again, me and Charmaine, we have more information that Daniel had said, because like I said, he did have a conversation, and it's too bad that he's more worried about Malaya than meaning.
That's changing, by the way, today.
I hope so.
That's changing. She's lost his support pretty badly,
I
because
hope
right
so.
now he's so worried about Meadow. He believes that if CPS takes Meadow now, he's worried about Malaya committing suicide. He thinks she's that mentally worried, and I don't want to see that either.
Right, of course, nobody does.
Believe it or not, I think I like Malaya.
Yeah, that was the other part. Thank you, Alicia. I knew it was missing something. His son worked with Daniel as well, and he got to know him very well. Said Daniel was a very respectful, very mannerized person. He used to stop by and talk to him all the time, things like that. And that Malaya they've been together for a couple of years. They moved way out there to Daniel's property, and that they had lived together somewhere else first, and that she was basically not happy out there, very boring, living in the middle of the woods with nothing to do, no friends, nowhere to go, whatever, and was kind of unhappy, and that they had little tips here and there, but he said basically they had a good relationship, and that whether it be all on her own recognizance, or maybe her mom chirping in her ear, or some other people maybe chirping in her ear, or a combination of all that, at some point may have decided to step away. Why she's doing it this way, if this is true, makes no sense to me. Just leave. Just leave. Pack your stuff and say, I can't do this anymore, and move along. That's it. Well, what she was doing, I think she was trying to, if this is true, she was trying to be sneaky to maybe either not upset him or hurt him, or maybe she thought he was going to fight her for the baby. And she took the kids out to the road, which would explain the dogs following that scent to the road and then stopping. Put him in a car, turned around, and there's Daniel's mom, and got caught right at that moment as the kids had just been passed on, possibly, and they were taken somewhere else. Then she feels that now she's caught, now she has to play it out. That's kind of where we're at with this. It's very, very, very interesting, Kent. Thank you, Piglet. I appreciate that, dear. I appreciate the info of you telling me to go to this, because this is quite interesting. And it is believable. Very believable. I'm not saying it's true. It is all purely speculative theory and speculative opinion, absolutely alleged, so we don't know, but very interesting. I don't like the just leave phrase because some women are too damn scared. Well, okay, yeah, if he doesn't come off to me as being a violent person, though, Cass. You know what I'm saying? But I see what you're saying. You're very right on that. There again, we don't know what goes on behind closed doors, so that's a good point. I think that maybe if he's right, this just got too far out of hand, way too far out of hand. And you're right. We don't know what happens behind closed doors. He could be an angel to everybody else and be the devil behind closed doors. So that's true too. That's a very good point, Cassie. Let's see. I guess I was, when I was saying just leave, I'm saying, but then I forgot that this may have gotten out of hand. She may have let this get too far out of line. So if that's what she was doing, like I said, her being sneaky about it, as to not upset him, as to not get into a fight about the baby, things like that. And again, we don't know who was telling her how to do this or what to do, because he did say that she went to her family members complaining about things that may not have been completely true to get kind of sympathy for her situation in a sense. And then in turn, they started investigating themselves into some things and may have gotten in her ear and said, this is what we're going to do to get you out of there. Here's the plan, blah, 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 blah. Let's do this. And it went too far. And now we're at this point right here where it's like you can't come back from this in their mind. You know what I mean? That's how I'm seeing this now, if this is all true. Yeah, that's very true. That is very, very true. That's why I said if this is really Daniel, I don't feel like he's that person. But again, we don't know what goes on behind closed doors. People put on good shows at times, but I don't feel in my heart that he's like that, but I could be wrong. We also don't know what her mental stability is. She's got postpartum depression that changes your mental everything in some senses, and could feel something that maybe isn't even there. You know what I mean? Or, her family has her believing certain things based on what she said to them. They've twisted and turned this to something he said. So there's a whole lot of this that is, it sounds like, that's absolutely all been misconstrued and got too far out of hand, possibly, if this is true. That's my biggest question right there, Vivian. If that's the point and you're away now, you're out of there now, just go tell the RCMP what you did and why. That should have been done a long time ago, unless there's something else to this where she knows she'll get in trouble for something heavier, maybe. See what I'm saying? Unless she did something else that's heavier than that. I don't know. This is just a thought process, because I don't understand why you wouldn't just say, look, I needed to get away, or hell, for that matter, even lie and say, it was, if it wasn't true, I was being abused, I needed out of there, whatever it is, and this is what I did. I'm sorry. Be done with it. Because it's still going on. It's weird. It's very crazy. Thank you so much, Christy. God bless, dear. If they aren't really missing, yeah. Yeah, right, exactly. All right, anyway, I'll finish this up. Sorry, guys.
I've always liked Malaya,
Mm-hmm.
but I think Malaya just she's had a rough go of it with her. She's had 2 kids and they broke up. They couldn't stick a family together, and I think she tried.
Yeah.
And then with Daniel, it's not been all
roses,
but
right.
I think it was pretty decent, to tell you the truth. But now with this happening, I think it blew her right out of the water. I think with some postpartum depression and just some regular family issues, some financial worries, and not going as great as because she was starting to. I think she was just sort of starting to look at her life and
right.
wishing for a little better, like we all do.
Right.
And I think this thing happened by almost fluke. And she, right at the time, I think she sort of panicked. There was people formulated a plan, and I think she had never had. Pardon?
But why, dear? Like our thing is this: like, Jack and Lily aren't Daniels, so why would there need to be this whole ruse of hiding the children, or what's your thoughts on that? Because I know it's just going to be.
Well, I don't think initially that the children that she intended to hide the children. I think she was worried that Daniel would be very upset if she moved the kids out of there, and I think she intended. When she got those 2 out of there, I think she intended to take the baby and get out of there herself.
Well. Okay.
And when she moved the kids out of there, now this is all conjecture now.
Right. Yeah. No
because
problem.
I haven't even been able to talk to Malaya yet.
No.
But I believe she moved the kids out of there to thinking that she was protecting the kids and moving them to a better life. Because like I said about, well, now I pretty much slipped into something that I didn't want to say.
It's okay.
I think there's a couple ways you can go there. Maybe she was having postpartum depression.
Right.
Maybe she was having some mental issues that she was finding she couldn't handle the pressure of raising the 3 of them.
Right.
Her and Daniel were probably not getting along for a little while there at a stretch.
Right.
And she was complaining about that to some family members.
Right.
And I think they took it upon themselves to help. She was saying she wanted out of there, and so they helped her take the 2 kids out of there. And I think initially, Daniel was actually still sleeping when most of this went on, and I think she planned on being in the next vehicle out of there with the baby.
You will.
Thank you so much, Aurora. God bless. Appreciate that super sticker, and thank you so much for being part of this community. We appreciate you much.
That's just it, because like I've been in 2 like very like abusive relationships and stuff like that, so I'm trying to relate from both sides, because Daniel did tell Belinda that actually she was in worse than a postpartum, as if a man knows, Derwood, what postpartum is like when you have children. But it is something real. It does exist, for sure. And so basically I think we can gather by Daniel saying that to Belinda is that she obviously was going through some mental health issues and some postpartum, issues going on.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I can associate, as you're telling me.
I can too.
Yeah.
I can too. I think that some of this came out of confusion. Some of it came out of snap decisions, that weren't thought through really well. And then, but like I said, by the time it was partly done, and like, okay, I think the only reason the cops got called is because, oh no, I can't say that.
It's okay if you can't. Sorry, I'm just getting my charger. Go ahead.
There's been abuse allegations thrown everywhere. Okay, and
do you know if Daniel has charges of abuse? Because some people are posting that.
No.
It's the wrong Daniel Martel, isn't it?
No, I don't think Daniel was never charged with abuse. No.
Okay, thank you.
Not that I know of. No.
Okay.
I'd be very surprised.
No, there's another Daniel Martel in Nova Scotia as well that I believe is the one that people are getting mixed up with.
So anyway, am I boring the shit out of you?
No, no, trust me. Honestly, I'm a big talker myself. I talk all day at work because I have to. I'm a customer service agent.
It's exhausting me.
Is it? No.
This is all information, and it's really important to get the truth out there. So
I love these guys on this goddamn thing that everything you say is a lie. You don't know what you're talking about. You're an idiot. You're probably not even a relative at all, and all this crap. And that's fine. They don't know, but.
Yeah, so Charmaine just finished saying to you, no. We love this stuff. We do. Like, honestly, and please know, is this the first time you've seen our channel?
No, I've watched your channel.
Okay.
I've watched your channel a few times.
Okay.
I've watched all of them, and yours is yours is another one. Dolly's not too bad on the clickbait. I don't really think yours is either. As a matter of fact, I don't think I saw hardly any at all on yours.
I don't do any clickbait at all. I don't do nothing.
I saw any. No, Dolly does a little bit of it.
He does. He knows.
I think it hurts viewership when they do that, because when somebody has a headline there that catches their interest, and then they read the headline, and then they spend an hour looking at the goddamn video, and none of that is ever true or even comes out.
Yeah.
Well, you're not going to go back and look at that again because it's bullshit. So you don't want to see it again. So I think it's better.
For subscription wise, it's better to try to be more ethical with that, because I too, just like you do, get pissed off when somebody uses, and I kind of blasted Dolly because I'm sick and tired of clickbait things. But when I thought about what he was saying, I still will never do it myself. But clickbait, so clickbait causes awareness, but you can also lose subs to it because nobody likes that.
What the hell is his real name anyway? Dolly. Can't see that being his name. It doesn't matter.
I don't know. I honestly don't know.
Either, but
yeah.
So I'll call him Dolly, I guess.
No, I just really do my thing on this channel, and like I said, everything we do, first and foremost, will always be about the victims in this case.
All I can say to these people that do that is, what is wrong with the truth?
There's nothing wrong with the truth.
What is wrong with the truth? I think people in general are getting a long ways off track. Be truthful, just be real. Because I'll tell you something, half the time the people around here, if you tell them the truth, they don't believe you anyway. So
I know. Yeah, because when you're on that side of the fence, and we've been in true crime for 5 years, and like ourselves, and so for us, well, Charmaine might have been longer, but I've been doing this channel since 2020 because I got really upset with a case where I knew that the husband killed the wife, and I could tell it was on Mother's Day, and I brought up my channel because I was like, oh no, no one's gonna. I wanted the case to stay revived, right? So
This is the role. That's another one important reason why I initially called Dolly. It was about 2 o'clock in the morning, I think, and I was severely pissed off because the kids were. It was almost like the kids were being forgotten about. It was just gradually fading away. Everybody was cursing Daniel, and everybody was cursing Malaya, and it was almost like there was too many people concentrating on cursing Daniel and Malaya and forgetting about Jack and Lily.
Well,
and I that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to bring this back. Listen, like I said before, I don't really give a shit.
Mm-hmm.
I want, if the people that are involved in this,
yeah,
well, they should be in a lot of shit, because all the searchers and that they put out, the helicopters, the drones, the expenses, the satellite imagery. I mean, we got a satellite watching things down here, for Jesus' sake. And I mean, what is the cost of that crap? And all the people that took time off work, like, I mean, at one point there was 160 or 70 people out there volunteering their time and taking work off to try to find these kids. And that's just not, somebody's going to end up paying for that, I believe.
Oh yeah, absolutely. No.
So that's the main shit I think somebody's going to end up in.
Well,
and
go ahead.
Go ahead. Sorry, I talked too much.
No. They would rather hear you than me. Trust me on this one. But I do want to say this, okay? So just know is that, and this is something I had to learn myself coming into true crime. Okay, there are your crap channels and there are your good channels. But at the end of the day, regardless if there's drama, trust me on this one, Durwood, that any coverage to a case is keeping it out there. And that's what you want. Drama is so people love drama. So please, in your own mind.
No, I don't really give a shit about them.
Yeah.
I used to be not a very confident man, but I'm confident enough now that
I'm glad.
I don't really run on what other people say or think about me, because
exactly.
I believe I stand on my own 2 feet, and I don't hate myself when I look in the mirror, so I think I'm not that bad guy.
And you're kind of handsome too, right? You said.
Oh, thanks, babe. That makes my night.
But yeah.
Anyway, look. Just chill out, people, is all I can say. Keep your eyes open and your ears open, and look.
Well,
if I get a crack at those kids, to help my Jesus, I'll bleed to get them, because I love them.
You know what?
I want those goddamn kids so bad, it's ridiculous.
I get it. You know, and what I was gonna say about that too, because like Belinda, right? I'm not. Do you actually know Belinda?
No. I know of her.
But
no, I've never communicated with her. No, I don't.
You know what? She's just a wonderful lady, and
she seems like a nice lady. I watched a couple of her interviews there, and I can feel that she's genuinely, deeply concerned about the kids.
Absolutely.
And I like her myself, just from what I've seen. I like her, and my woman likes her too. My woman thinks she's good.
You mean you're haughty? So you're handsome and you're haughty? Is that right?
Am I handsome and my haughty?
Yeah,
well,
you're handsome. No, well, your haughty's your other half. You're the handsome.
I've got the best woman on the planet. I've got a woman that saved my life, and I'm so loyal to her that I'd be her dog anytime she wants to put a leash on me. And
well,
I owe her a lot.
I was gonna say, please, like honestly, being a voice matters. It really, truly does. Being a voice to a case when family is speaking, it matters a lot. So please, I want to say this because, like I say to Belinda, just know I'm going to do this for this reason. Okay. So just know, trust me on this. But meaning what I want to say, what I want to personally say to you, and whether it was on Dolly's show or this show tonight, I really do want to say thank you, because honestly, the RCMP can suck it sometimes and whatever, right? Like there's good ones.
I don't think
Yeah, it's okay.
Listen, we just had a woman here last year, an older lady. She was 70. I believe she was 70-some years old. She had Alzheimer's bad. She jumped in her car, and she was being seen all over the goddamn community. And I mean, they had a big search for her, but yet she was still being seen all over the place. And they found her goddamn car parked with the door open. She walked right out of her car, and that was last year, and they never found her yet. Now, come on.
Right.
And I bet you I know half a dozen people. The first thing, all right, I'm pissed off now. I might as well let it fly. These goddamn cops, these cops are making huge money, huge pensions for sitting most of the time drinking coffee and doing nothing but writing no goddamn traffic tickets. And the first thing they goddamn well do when they got to go find something or look at something or get dirty is put a goddamn ad in the paper that they want the public's help to solve this case. What in the G's are they there for if we got to solve every goddamn thing for them? Just like this. These goddamn idiots had 6.5 weeks to find those kids.
Yeah.
And I'm just an idiot from nowhere who's got nothing to work with or anything else. And I believe I'm finding out a lot more than they goddamn well know. And it makes me...
Yeah.
And I don't give a shit don't worry, I've expressed my opinion to the bastards, and they can do whatever they want because I just don't care anymore. I'm so sick of them. I'm telling you. Just telling you.
I love feisty. I love feisty.
Oh, I might be past feisty into half insane. I don't know.
But you know what I do. I was going to say, I mean, I totally understand your frustrations for sure from this side of it. I mean, the RCMP is tight-lipped, but one day they're going to realize that the internet is a force to be reckoned with, because honestly, they keep saying, I'm holding it close to the vest. I'm holding it close to the vest, blah, blah, blah. You know, but what's going on? It's been 6 weeks, 7 weeks almost now. Yeah. And nothing. And crickets.
And my suggestion was 2 weeks ago, open everything up to the public now. You stunned bastards. You're not getting anywhere. You're not fixing anything. And meanwhile, the kids are floating around like a bobber in a goddamn lost lake. And we're not getting any results. So what would it hurt for you to open up all the information you have? And then there's a whole, there's thousands of people down here want these kids found.
Absolutely.
There's people searching for these goddamn kids.
Mm-hmm.
And if they open it up, if those kids are still alive, and they're going to be seen, they're going to, if the whole outfit knows something about, because
now I gotta say, 6.5 weeks. If this is the situation, guys, that's true. What he said, if it is that, I gotta say that's a bit ridiculous. Okay. And it's obvious that the guy's favorite words are GD. I don't think he's thinking about it like that, Alicia. I know what you're saying. I hear it too, and I'm catching it too. I don't like the word period, but I don't think he's putting the two together in his mind. He's just angry and upset. Because he says it a lot, obviously, as we're hearing. So just try not to let it bother you, because I know it bugs me too. The guy's mad, and I think he's doing the right thing in his mind, for sure. And if this is all true, that's kind of sad that the RCMP didn't figure that out. Or if they did, then come on, guys. This is 6 weeks here. 6.5 weeks. If this is the situation and it's all completely true, this should have been figured out long ago. And if they do have it figured out, then you need to move on this before something bad does happen, in my opinion. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, I don't like that word either. GD, I try not to say it, and putting it with kids just doesn't. Like I said, he's an old man, and he's angry, and they don't think sometimes in the context you're saying it just doesn't come out right. I absolutely know 100%. It's bothering him every time he says it. I cringe, especially in relation to the kid.
If the Mounties put out the information they know, I'm goddamn sure there's some community members that can piece something together just with what they know.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Something they saw last week or some little thing that clicks into their mind, just like they did when they visited my place. That never clicked into my mind till
Absolutely not, Alicia. And I know that you're not, big into religion, but it's still the way it comes out. You're still damning something. So don't think you're dumb at all. You know better than that. Your feelings and thoughts are as important as anybody else's, and then some. So
a week later, what was going on?
Did they actually come and talk to you at all, or
Yes.
no?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh
Okay.
yeah.
All
Oh
right.
yeah. All of them did. Well, who do you mean? Cops? Daniel? The rest of them? Daniel's the guy used to. I found out the guy Daniel used to buy his drugs off of because he was suspected, and
Right.
that was a few years ago and that. And then there was some other. Oh yeah. No,
Yeah.
I was at them.
I know.
And,
It's just, I know it's so.
Bingo, Scott. That's exactly how I am taking it too. That the guy's really frustrated with RCMP. He's really upset because he obviously cares about the kids, as much as I mean, guys, I'm in Ohio. This is in Canada, and I'm talking about it, and I'm upset about it. So there's a lot of people out here that want these kids found all over they're in 2 different countries, for Christ's sakes. Okay. So I can get his feelings on this, some people express their feelings and their emotions in different ways. I respect what he's trying to do. If this is all true and real, I'm going to give it that for right now. And God love him for doing it. But like I said, I think Scott's right. It's just a lot of pent-up frustration because of the anger and the issues that he has stated that they've done things like this before. I've heard a lot of people tell horror stories about RCMP and the way that they react to things, holding things close to their vest. Guys, we know how hard it is to find information on cases in other countries where the law enforcement holds it close to their vest. We can't get information to try to help to put information out on cases. It sucks. There's a lot of us from Ohio, Vivian. I live in Northeast Ohio, actually, up near in between Cleveland and Akron. Yes, we're absolutely happy you're here, Miss Paula. And that's it. Yeah, he's pissed off, and same thing. Just, and I don't think he's thinking how he's saying it. That's what I mean. So
hard because
I've got a. Don't worry. I got a few threats landing in these goddamn idiots.
Yeah.
And that tells me that I might just be getting a little close.
Yeah, I know, because trust me. People just know that people will send threats for sure. They'll, it's.
Well, if people are making threats to you, that's usually an indication that somebody don't want you talking.
It's part of it. And now I will say that no one could shut me up if this was my children. Like if this was my child missing, or children in this case, Jack and Lily.
We're definitely close. I'm probably about 20-25 minutes from you.
You wouldn't shut me up. You would. I would
there
not.
You go. There you go. The excuse from I was mad at Cindy.
Yeah.
And I was pissed off at Malaya because they weren't screaming for these goddamn kids.
Right.
And their excuse back to me was, the Mounties ordered them not to. Well,
which is a lie.
My response to that was, fuck the Mounties.
And that's not even true, you guys. They did not say that. The RCMP made a clarifying statement after that was put out there. We were told from the beginning that when she disappeared, that she said that her and her mother both said that RCMP told them not to talk to media. That's bullshit. RCMP said no. All we said was to take care with what you're saying to them. That's all they said. They didn't say don't talk to them. So that's an excuse to cover something up, in my opinion. An excuse to not come out and talk to media. Now, I'm thinking about this whole scenario at this point. And when we heard, think about something for a minute, guys. I want you guys to go back a little bit. We heard that how all this went down. It took 2 hours to call 911. And then they had a press conference. Right in the middle of the press conference, she bolts and she's in the back of an ambulance because she's obviously having a panic attack, an anxiety attack, whatever attack you want to call it, or so it's thought. Okay, if what he's saying absolutely comes out to be true, she's probably completely panicking because of how this. Think about it. She's in the midst of a press conference with all these police around, all these news crews around, and all these people standing around, and it hits her. What did I do? If this is true, this is purely speculation and absolutely alleged, okay? But it hits her. What did I do? Oh my God. And she takes off. She needs, help. And then they leave because the fight erupts at the end of the driveway. between Daniel's cousin and Malaya's family and all that shit that goes down, and then they tell her to leave. I know where Galloway is at, Lily, and of course I know where Columbus is. So I mean that makes some sense. That makes some sense too. And it makes her taking off and not coming back here make a lot of sense because she doesn't need to if she knows where they're at. You know what I mean? I'm not saying that's true. I'm just saying.
Well, it's your kids. Well, who do you care? What do you care more about? And that made me very curious. That made me really, like, Malaya, what in the Jesus are you doing?
Well, the thing was, right? Okay, so to you, and whether it was on Dolly's show or this show tonight, I really do want to say thank you because honestly,
they'll do when they got to go find something or look at something or get dirty is put a goddamn ad. Sick of them. I'm telling you.
I love feisty. I love feisty.
Oh, I might be past feisty into half and lake, and we're not getting any results. So what would it hurt for you to open up all the information you have, and then there's a whole there's thousands of people down here want these kids found.
Absolutely.
There's people searching for these goddamn kids, and if they open it up, if those kids are still alive. And they're going to be seen. They're going to if the whole outfit knows something about, because if the Mounties put out the information they know, I'm goddamn sure there's some community members that can piece something together just with what they know.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Something they saw last week or some little thing that clicks into their mind, just like they did when they visited my place. That never clicked into my mind till a week later what was going on.
Did they actually come and talk to you at all or
yes.
no?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Oh, yeah, all of them did. Well, who do you mean? Cops, Daniel, the rest of them? Daniel's the guy used to buy. I found out the guy Daniel used to buy his drugs off of because he was suspected. And
right. Lily and Jack from the family side. And I kept hearting it and I'd say a few words because I just totally felt horrible for this case. And so then a week later, she accepted me and she had said to me that she felt like I was the right person to talk to. So I absolutely just loved it that she saw genuineness in this channel and the personality and stuff like that. And so Durwood, where was I going with that?
I think you were going to apply for a job as a dispatcher for the Mounties who coordinated their goddamn information for them, because that's probably what you should be doing. You can get information from all kinds of directions, and you seem to be good at sticking it together and coordinating it. So I sort of like that, and I appreciate that because
I know where I was going.
And all the people, I don't know how many goddamn people's watching this now. I don't give a shit, but all of them. Please, people, please stop with the bullshit guessing. Stop with a lot of that crap. Just keep your eyes and your ears open. You don't learn anything by shooting your mouth off. You only learn when you listen. So everybody in the community, listen to what everybody's saying. And okay, I'm going to say one more thing. I'm going to point a direction out pretty hard here. Okay.
Okay, hardball.
Could be wrong. Could be wrong.
Speculation.
How about you people down around Tattamagush keeping your goddamn eyes and ears open for me?
About where? Where? In where?
Tattamagush.
Oh,
really? Give me his name 2 years ago because they were shooting arrows up in the air. One of them hit a goose and they got an argument over it. And he said, "That's my goose."
Oh, that's my goose. Wait, I have to go back to what I was talking about because I remember I found my road. I found my path back. Okay. So what I was going to say, what really pisses me off, and this is, again, I'm a mother, right? For children for me are the most precious gifts ever. So it really does hurt my heart. Any of these cases that we do follow, it's because somehow they resonated, but regardless, children are innocent. But what pissed me off is that here we have Malaya, the mother, who doesn't even use her Facebook social media to post anything anymore about Jack and Lily. There's crickets, nothing. And so it's like, you are the mother. Why is it that people that don't even know you or your kids care more about talking about your kids than you do? And so my thing is that you got social media, and yet you log in, add a few friends, you take all Daniel's pictures down, you know, but you have time to do that during while your two kids are missing. So tell me that that's not weird in a sense that someone does that. And I mean, I know Daniel has said that Cindy arrived a few minutes after the police arrived there and stuff like that. And I already know that he thinks that well, how Daniel said it was that he believes that Cindy's mother's a monster, basically, and is holding Malaya hostage. And Malaya's basically been mind warped in a sense and innocent of all this in the loosest way. I'm saying that, but that's what he was saying. Okay. But regardless, he was, I mean, that's literally verbatim on his messages, but
Yeah,
right.
I know that.
And that's why I said, you know, like, Daniel, you need to get a bib and drool because honestly, this is about Jack and Lily. Who gives two shits about Malaya at this moment? This is about Jack and Lily, always 1000%. So I, as a mother, and I know that you feel this way too, and that's why you're speaking out because you're frustrated, but as mothers, as parents, for us to watch people hide and then try to use the RCMP as the reason why they can't talk, which we already know is bullshit. We already know that, right? But these are your children. These are your children. And right. So why
they're
is
they're the only pure form of humanity.
You know, so I mean, that's why everyone like, so yes, you know, Daniel gets side-eye because of course you don't know. It's like you're watching somebody and you're not sure if he's being truthful. You actually, to be honest with you, this case, and as you well know, there's a lot of inconsistencies in the timeline that we know of. You probably have more out of Daniel, of course, if you talk to him. We have the bit of information when Daniel was talking to Charmaine, but it gives you more insight into the day. But it's still there's stuff missing. There's a picture, and you obviously feel that the kids, this went totally wrong. It was never supposed to be this big. Went totally wrong, and now it's kind of get basically when you're hooped, and you're basically just going to keep the lie up type of idea. Is that kind of the gist of what you think's going on? You said. That Malaya did do something she knows, and that these kids are hidden, and you believe that they're alive, I believe is what you, at least you're really hoping that they are.
Oh, that you're saying it, and maybe I'm hoping so hard that I'm trying to believe it.
Same.
I believe it because of some facts too, and I don't want Malaya is
Spit it out.
Malaya in her natural personality is a very malleable person. She's probably fairly easy led if somebody wanted to manipulate her or stuff like that. And I think she's been, I don't know, to say it in my way.
I know what you're saying.
If everybody can just give her a little bit of slack, because I think she could use a little bit of slack, and I'm not saying she shouldn't be straightened out. And I'll be the first one. I'm straightening her out. To tell you the truth, what I'm saying on here, I don't think Malaya would be very pleased about it, but I can't help it.
Jack and Lily.
Yeah, that's right. That's exactly. I believe the girl dressed them and loaded them out into a vehicle.
Right. Now,
and mistake or not, they went down the road. I'm sure of that. And there's no, if there was abuse, I think Malaya could have handled it a lot better. I mean, they were her kids. Why didn't she just grow? I mean, she can't grow a set of balls. But anyway,
stop taking my terms.
I wish she would have been just a little braver and just took the kids and left.
Right. If that's how it went.
If she'd have done that and come to our family, come to us, we protect her from anything that might come down the road.
I know.
And I don't think she thought that she had anybody that would help her or protect her or stand up for her. And that's another reason I think she acted in very bad judgment.
Well, what do you think of her? Can I ask you, Derwood, what did you think of her interview? Because I thought it was one of the worst interviews that I've ever seen.
She was scared shitless.
Is that how you? Yeah. So just your interpretation yourself. You feel like she was scared shitless.
Very, there it is right there. That's the whole, to me, summed up, scared you.
And I still got to wonder how much of this is her mother's intuitive being put into her head, too, okay? That's just, again, my opinion from what we've seen from her mother.
Yeah. Because she was totally,
she was almost frozen in panic.
Yeah.
And insecurity, like the insecurity's been coming along for a long time. Like I said, she's not an aggressive person in that way, like personality wise. She's you know, very, very soft spoken, sort of quiet, like, you know.
That's what Belinda said. Yeah.
And there was just too much going on around her, and just too much going on.
Yeah.
And she was scared. She knew she at that point, I'm sure she knew she made up a lie, and then she couldn't back out of it. She was just too scared to stand up and tell the truth at that time. I really believe that.
Yeah. Jared, do you mind quickly if Charmaine just asks, if she asks you a question? Would you mind?
No, I guess I'm past minding now. Go ahead.
Okay.
It's not really a question. It's just more of a kind of make sure that I understand everything in a nutshell for chat. So can you confirm this is what you believe, that Malaya had planned, I guess, to get the kids out of there, so to make it easier for her to leave with Meadow that morning? And so she took the kids to the end of the driveway and handed them off, not to get the kids away from Daniel, but just to make it easier for her to leave that situation? Is that kind of, in a nutshell, what you're thinking? And then the RCMP response was so quick, I think, because of the missing kayaker or whatever, and they had the RCMP and the dogs and the drones and everything there a lot quicker, and everything just kind of went so quick and blew up so fast that she panicked and was scared to get in trouble, so she didn't speak up and say, I have the kids, they're not missing.
Exactly. No, exactly. And I think if you see what I mentioned before, now this is partly theory, this little wee part of it, and you've got everything right down pat as far as I'm concerned about that situation. You're right on the money. There's one little thing that I already said to that I made. I don't think you missed it because I probably talked too fast or something. But the one thing that surprised her, that buggered up her plan, and this is only conjecture, but it's pretty tight. She didn't know that Janie was home. She never thought Janie was home. So I think her plan was, when those kids went down the road, I think Daniel was asleep, and I think she was going to go back in, take the baby, and bail. But you see, Janie was home and got awakened and came out to the side of the road. And that's when you've heard Daniel say that she was kind of stunned on the side of the road and looking guilty when he came out, because Janie was already there, and that she was looking guilty and that she was playing with her phone.
Yeah.
So I think like Janie sort of caught her unintentionally and didn't know she caught her. Like, you know, she wondered what she was doing out the side of the road that early.
Right.
And from what I understand the conversation, Janie never had much. Janie looked at Malaya and said, "What did you do?" And Malaya just stood there stunned.
Oh, okay.
Now that's what I heard. And then, now this part of this I can't prove because I wasn't there.
Right.
But that's what that's what I think occurred. But everything else you just said is right on the button.
Now, just ask you, is she retired? Do you know, or does she work?
I think she is. My woman that I'm with now worked with her at the home as a caretaker, like for one of the homes there for years. And from what I understand, Janie's a hell of a nice person. I know. I think I met like I said, I knew so many people around here when I was back home and excavating and that. And I'm sure I met her probably half a dozen times, but I just can't place her. And like I'm sure I know her. And one thing, I don't want to talk to Belinda because I don't want to give her any false hope.
Right.
And I don't, but my God, one thing I would love for her and for all of us, tell her there's some people that really want those kids back. She's not alone. We want those, to have a little bit of hope, because I know she's losing hope. From her interviews and that, she was pretty sure the kids are gone.
Right.
Well, it would be a good Christmas day if we walked back up the main street with those kids, wouldn't it?
Well, yes, absolutely. Honestly, again, it just, I mean, I'm not family, but it just tears my heart apart. Just anything to do with the missing of children. You know, they're so innocent, and to see little Lily's and Jack's face, you know, and even that 3-year-old girl, thank God she was found alive, you know.
Yeah. Here we got one. Here, I'm going to get pissed off at this person. Sandra Chisholm. I just looked over at the comments. This dink. She's got to be a dink. That's ridiculous that Malaya orchestrated this. Daniel never said she was on the side of the road. Daniel says now that Malaya was asleep and he noticed that the kids were gone. What crap. Well, listen, baby, I'm going to tell you one goddamn fact. One of the people that told me about Janie and told me about Malaya on the side of the road was Daniel himself, face to face. And then there was a couple other people I got the same idea on. So there's another person there saying, what crap. They don't know what to talk. There's another person.
Well, yeah,
I wonder if that woman knows shit from applesauce. You're not supposed to be rude, but I'm going to be rude. So that's the kind of thing. If you know something, say it. If you don't, shut your pie hole.
I'm
not laughing. I'm pissed off now. Like, people like that really piss
Well,
me off.
I was going to say, so again, in the true crime world, you know, you're going to honestly, you get a thick skin. So regardless, no matter what, there's going to be 1,000 people, couple thousand that are going to say things that you're not going to like, right? So honestly, it's honestly.
I hope what I said to her, I hope she dislikes that as much as I dislike what she goddamn well said. So I'll make her a deal if she'll pull back her goddamn slow or play a little, but I'll throw mine and apologize to her. But until then, if you don't know, shut up.
Because so comments, trust me, they're something that probably you should avoid looking at too much, because you know what, at the end of the day, again, it's about Jack and Lily, right? Malaya, exactly. If Malaya or Daniel had any part of this, you know, they'll reap what they sow if they're lying and if they have anything. At the end of the day, we just want to keep the awareness out there about Jack and Lily for sure. Absolutely. You know, and just hopefully.
I see some of the people on there finding me amusing, and I hope they do. I hope they have a laugh. And I'm serious about this now. I'm not kidding. I hope they do have a laugh, because I am kind of an idiot at times. And I hope they do have a laugh. And remember the laugh, and remember Jack and Lily. Let's keep our eyes and ears open, folks. Jesus Christ. Let's try to bring these kids. Let's try to find these kids. And I'm not going to say too much more, because over the next couple of days, I'm going to be doing a little traveling, because there's a couple people I have to watch.
Well, I was going to say, you know, because I don't want to take up any more of your time, even though I know there could be, there's definitely could be more, but it's late there. Okay. It's definitely.
What time is it?
You know what? It's not your bedtime. I'll tell you that much right now. It's not.
Oh, Jesus. Time flies fast and fun, I guess.
Yeah. Well, I love your spirit. I do. You're feisty. You're like me. You're feisty. And you say a lot of the same words I say, like pie hole and stuff like that. But anyways, so that's what everyone appreciates, a good feisty person. So trust me when I say this, you know, again, you know, people are going to say and do and make thumbnails or do whatever. They're going to do that regardless. No matter what you say, it's going to happen. Yeah. But the thing is that the purpose is, like, you know, Druid, is, and by the way, Dolly's name is Jimmy, apparently.
No, I hope I don't offend you. But on that line of questioning, will people going to say what they're going to say and do what they're going to do?
Yeah.
How are these people stupid enough to vote Liberal? That's all I'm going to say. Okay?
Yeah.
I'm done.
Okay. So Druid, quickly, I know that's not your real name, like you said, but anyways, so you have me on Messenger. Again, if there's ever a time that you say, hey, Sunny, can I come up? I got some shit to say. Just feel free to message me when we're doing a live. If there is anything you want to talk about, for sure. Because again, it's family that keeps this going. Because trust me, the news drops off, channels drop off. And so the thing that keeps it going is people like yourself and like Belinda, you know, and however somebody feels about Daniel, keeping the awareness out there, family is very important when they're speaking. So I applaud you for going, you know what?
Don't applaud me. I'm just doing what I
Well,
figure I have to do.
well,
I'd be guilty.
exactly.
I feel guilty if I don't do it.
Absolutely.
And I mean, I've asked Jesus Christ a lot of times if I should just stay in this because, but I don't see anybody else in it.
Well, you know what? All I know is like myself and like others, right? Is that you're doing the right thing, and so there's no question that's wrong about that.
Now we have information, not just the shit that we.
All right, and I want to thank A Crime and Shame again for putting that out. The link is, I'm going to drop it one more time in the chat. Guys, go over there and check it out. Hit the like button on the videos. They've been putting things out on this from the beginning, and I really appreciate any information that they're helping to put out on this, that we are able to share and put out all across the board, because that's what it's all about, is getting these two home or somewhere safe. Okay, because I think that's another good point. If this scenario is real, those kids, one, are not going to go to Daniel. They're not his. Maybe Meadow. But the other two, they're not going to go back to her. So they need to be somewhere safe and sound. If that's all true, okay, it is a very plausible, a very believable situation that it could have just gotten out of hand. She had a plan that I'm going to tell you guys, and I may be wrong, and I'll eat crow. I'll be wrong. It's okay. I feel like her mother, Cindy, really put this idea in her head, possibly. Okay? I really, truly feel that way. Maybe she wanted to get out. That's understandable. She's bored. She's sick of this boring-ass life. I get it. Postpartum depression makes that worse. But somebody, in my opinion, helped her along with this. And it could be based on, like he said, things she said that were not necessarily as bad as they were to other family members, along with her mom. Okay? And they put this whole plan together. And, they're thinking for her. So, wow. I mean, what would be amazing, and I hope that's what the outcome is that they are safe and sound somewhere. Happy-go-lucky, doing their thing. I hope that's the case. I do. I hope that this does not promote, this gentleman doing what he's doing doesn't, light a fire under somebody and get him all weirded out and nerved out and make them do something they shouldn't do. But if nothing else, or it could just have them go, it could give them the point to say, okay, I'm done. I don't want to get any more trouble than I could. You're on your own here. You know what I mean? That is my hope. But this has been interesting. This is very interesting. Kent, thank you for the opportunity to know that information. I had no clue that even happened. Like I said, I don't listen to Dolly. And I do follow up with this channel often, but not as often. So, and I have a feeling if this is the truth, that within a week or so, something's going to pop on this. Truly, truly. If she picked up Meadow and she bolted because she got scared, she's going to make a mistake. Okay. And if this guy's on top of this and other people are on top of what he's on top of too, there's going to be mistakes made. And if this is the case, wow, this is sad. It sounds to me like the way it was explained, and if it all ends up being what it is, that it was just a huge bad decision that was completely misconstrued and got all screwed up, and boom, we're sitting here. You know what I mean? This is just so sad. And again, I hope that the kids, hopefully everything's good with them. They're safe and sound somewhere, and they're not suffering by any means, that they're just living their life. But in the end, again, as always, the kids are the ones that suffer in these situations. And they're not going to have their mom. They're not going to have Daniel anymore. And it seems like at some point, at least from what we know, I could be completely wrong, but he was like the only father they ever knew. You know what I mean? So that's sad. And if they lose their mom too, that's really sad. That's not how this shit all happened, guys. I don't know the situation between Malaya and Daniel in their private life. I don't take Daniel as that type of a person, but like I said, people can put on an act when they need to. So maybe that's why she felt she had to do it like this. You know, I agree with him that I think she does deserve a tad bit of slack, because I don't think she made this decision on her own, for one. For two, I don't think, the depression thing is real, folks. I've seen it. And three, I don't think she knew what to do. And when people panic, they make very bad decisions and make huge mistakes. At some point, yes. At some point, that's going to happen, Sherry. And that's the point, guys, is there's people all over the world looking for these kids, that want these kids found safe and sound. The true crime community on YouTube is just a small portion of what goes on around the world. There's TikTok, and there's Rumble and Kick and Twitch, and just all the people that went out looking for these kids. People probably in other countries watching this on the news that are rooting for these kids to be found. That's a lot of people looking for two little children, and they're going to be yeah, that's the next part, guys. There is a reward being offered now. I don't know if you guys saw that. I do have, I think I was sent the email on that. Hold on. Whoever sent me the Cash App, God bless, and thank you so much for that. Never ever expected, but I'm telling you, every bit of that will go towards trying to keep my channel running at this point. Thank you so much for that, whoever did that. God bless. Was I sent the email on that? That there is a reward that's been put out. I think it's $150,000. Don't quote me yet. Let me find it. Just a minute. And again, I want to thank Criming Shame for putting that video out. I appreciate everything they've done. Guys, go check out their channel. Like the videos they've put out on this case, please. Let them know we appreciate what they've done and helped with us. And I also want to say that Kent made a big difference. Like, Kent really gave us this, guys. This part of this, I had no idea. So Kent, God bless, bro. I appreciate you very much. I'd have never had that. Hold on here. I am looking at chat, please. Oh, there it is. Thank you, Kent. Once again, the province put up a reward for, as of today, for $150,000. I had a little link that showed something about it, but yeah, that's it right there. So that's nice. And maybe that's all it's going to take for somebody to go, okay, I know exactly where this is. Here we go. And if that's the case, I hope to God they get that, okay? Because these kids deserve to be known, to be found, to be healthy, safe. Please, Lord. That's all I can ask for. Okay, 1 second here. Now I'd like to know what dumbass deception detective thinks about it now. Dude made himself look like a fool. 1 second here. Show. Okay, so I have something that was sent to me that's breaking. It's not news. Hang on a minute. Let me see what this is. Just 1 moment, please. Yeah, so that was another point, too, that I don't know if you guys caught on to what he was saying. Phil's in the house. Good to see you, Phil. I understand, Phil. Everybody sees it differently. I like how you threw that last little bit in there. Phil said, I don't know much, but Daniel didn't impress me on his interview. Very sus to me. God damn it. Well, we know that Durwood liked those words, the GD, so I think he's just irritated, and I think he's a pissed off gentleman, and he wants to know where the kids are, and he wants the kids home. It's okay. You don't have to explain it, Contessa. A lot of people do that. Don't feel bad. In certain aspects, I've done it too, depending different circumstances, different situations. So don't do that to yourself. It's okay. Like I said, it's better to just not judge a situation until we know. That's all I'm saying. You know what I mean? With the situation, like in that aspect, because I've seen some really, really nice, clean, well-to-do families that are abusing and neglecting their kids in bad ways, and that's not the answer. So that's interesting, though. I'd like to see how this plays out. If he ends up being right, wow, that's a pretty wild situation. I'm gonna give you another one. The other situation out of Canada. It's an update dropped 17 hours ago about little Claire Bell, which a lot of you probably already know already. So yeah, musical Contessa, you take it easy on yourself, dude.
Thank you for joining us. Mitsumi is off tonight. It is a story that has captivated people across the province, and many were fearing the worst after a frantic 4-day search for a missing Montreal toddler. Well, late this afternoon came the confirmation of an outcome that everyone had been hoping for. 3-year-old Claire Bell found alive, safe and sound after a large-scale police operation spanning Quebec and Ontario. This is an image of her in a police car shortly after she was found, courtesy of her colleagues at Nouveau Info. The little girl was found wandering alone near a highway in Ontario. Denise Roberts joins us live from Coteau-du-Lac. And Denise, I can just imagine a lot of emotion after the announcement from police this afternoon.
Well, Maya, I think we were all feeling so much emotion as the news came in late this afternoon that Claire Bell was found alive. She was found alone at the side of the 417, and that information came from a tip today from a woman, an important witness that police met. This woman was located in St. Albert on a farm there, and from there police were able to conduct a drone search along the 417 where they located Claire alone but alive. And as they were sharing this news, Maya, I can tell you we were all feeling the emotion because day 4 of a search, you do not expect this kind of news. But we were so grateful to hear, and the searchers, everyone involved, there were cheers, there were clapping, cars were honking their horns. It was just a beautiful scene because really we don't have the answers yet of how this little girl survived 4 days, but she is alive, and we do know that she is in hospital right now where she is being just checked over to ensure that she is in good condition. But here's more from the police on the condition when they found her today.
She was speaking with the police officer. She was alive. We provided some first aid in water and food for now, and she's been taken care by the paramedics. So the priority is just to make sure she is okay. How is she healthy? And so that's the priority. And I know you all have a lot of questions about how is this possible, or how has she been discovered? Where has she been? I have the same questions myself, but all I can tell you right now is we're happy that she's alive.
Well, that's exactly it, Denise. I mean, there are still so many unanswered questions here, but police are expected to give more details later tonight.
Yes, there's going to be a press conference held by the OPP NSQ at 7 p.m. and that will be in St. Albert. That's the location where she was last seen, where she was discovered today. And so we will hopefully get some more answers of just what happened in the days in between. And but for now, Maya, it's really a time to just be grateful that this story has the outcome that it did.
All right, thank you very much, Denise. And yes, it is very emotional. We appreciate your reporting. We know it's not easy to report on stories like this, but again, a good news story today, an outcome that we were all hoping for. Thank you, Denise Roberts, reporting live from Coteau-du-Lac. We'll speak to you again a little later in the newscast.
That's an amazing story. I'm so grateful to see that. Now we just need the other two. Find the other two, handle that situation, and move on. And please leave our kids alone. 1 second here. Oh, yeah, I was going to show this part to this as well. Now, this shows that little girl, Claire Bell's mother, Rachel Ella Todd, going to court. I do believe that's what this is here.
34-year-old Rachel Ella Todd appeared before a judge at the Valleyfield courthouse. She was wearing a red shirt and looked around the courtroom several times. Her bail hearing was set for Wednesday, but it's been postponed. Another hearing will be held Friday. The prosecution says at that point the defense can present its intentions. It's not clear when the next bail hearing will be held. The prosecution objects to Todd's release.
The investigation is still ongoing, and for the
Absolutely,
safety of the public, for the administration of the justice, we object for now.
Todd nodded several times while the judge spoke to her. The Crown says a request has not been made to determine if Todd is apt to stand trial.
Not the Crown, not the defense, not the judge asked for decide if she's fit to trial. It's for now she is.
She is facing one charge of abandoning a child. Lawyer Eric Sutton, who has no connection to the case, says depending on how the case develops, more charges could follow.
I'd be surprised if it finishes with a simple charge of child abandonment. I think it's really a starting point. I'd be very surprised if there aren't further charges.
Rachel Ella Todd will remain detained. She is expected back in court for her next hearing on Friday. Matt Grillo, CTV News, Valleyfield.
Yeah, mental health is a real thing, folks. A real thing. What is this here? Oh, yeah, I wonder what he does think now at this point. What the hell? Let's watch it real quick. Let's see if we can get mad at him. Then we're going to move on to something altogether different. Just curious. This is brand new.
Sleep. Lily came in multiple times. Malay and the baby were asleep. Lily came in multiple times. I was not in deep sleep by any means. And then about 20 minutes passed. And then when I woke up, Malaya was right beside me. She was still asleep. And I said, I don't hear Lily and Jack. I ran up in the woods to the kids. They have cabins up in the woods, which only took me like 30 seconds. I came right back down. She was on the phone with the RCMP.
That's Daniel Martel, and I think he's lying about his missing stepchildren. And it's not just because that story literally did not make sense. So in today's video, let's watch his CBC interview and count the red flags. I'm Deception Detective, an attorney trained in statement analysis. This channel exposes lies and manipulation. So if that's your thing, hit subscribe. For exclusives and other cool perks, join the
I'll be honest, guys, I think this guy's way off now at this point. Way off.
channel. Link in description. If you have two versions of the same story, debunking one of them is pretty easy. All you have to do is look for contradictions. If there are any, they can't both be true. So before we grab our deception decks and break down Daniel's version of that morning in this CBC interview, here's Malaya's version from a month ago.
They happened to just get out that sliding door and we can't hear it when it opens. And they were outside playing, but we weren't aware of it at the time. And the next thing we knew, it was quiet. And we get up and I tell him, my partner, Daniel, I tell him, do you hear the kids? And he says, no. And
I will say one thing, you guys. If that story we heard is true, that would completely explain the scripted sounding way she did her interview. But I also got to say that she did pretty good at putting that all together so quick. Just saying.
We get up instantly. We're looking outside. We're looking everywhere, yelling for them. And I instantly just call 911. I just had the instinct I needed to call.
Malaya said she's the one who noticed the kids were gone and alerted Daniel. He said the opposite. Malaya said they both went outside looking for the kids. Daniel said he was out for 30 seconds and she called the police in the meantime. Those are interpersonal contradictions, or contradictions between two people's stories. And typically, if one is guilty and one is innocent, the innocent person will point out the contradictions and be suspicious of the one who's clearly lying. So the fact that Daniel and Malaya haven't done that suggests to me that they're co-conspirators and this entire story is scripted. And there are plenty more signs of scripting and fabrication in that story. I've already pointed out a bunch of them in my previous videos in the series, which I recommend you binge watch if you haven't seen them yet. But there's plenty more in this interview itself, so let's watch.
A home deep in rural Nova Scotia, 140 kilometers northeast of Halifax, the last known location.
A lot of area to cover. We're out in sticks here.
Not one, but two missing children. A dog that barks at everything, a mother who left on the second day, a father who hasn't seen the kids in...
Here's another thing, too, is when all this is said and done, say that story comes out to be true, folks. What are you going to say? I want to see what he has to say about that at that point. I'm just curious now.
3 years, and a stepfather trying to piece things together.
It's been a long 6 weeks. I know that everybody basically in the world at this point is always wanted to know, like, what happened.
The mystery of what happened to 6-year-old Lily Mae Sullivan and her 4-year-old brother, Jack William James Sullivan, is indeed gripping the country and beyond. It is Friday, May 2nd. Martel and his partner, Malaya Brooks Murray, the children's mother, are having a lazy morning with their baby. Lily and Jack are in the kitchen alone.
Malaya and baby were asleep. Lily came in multiple times. I was not in deep sleep by any means. And then about 20 minutes passed. And then when I woke up, Malaya was right beside me. She was still asleep. And I said, I don't hear Lily and Jack.
The time, no one will say for sure, but police say it was around 10 a.m. when they got a 911 call.
I ran up in the woods to the kids. They have cabins up in the woods, which only took me like 30 seconds. I came right back down. She was on the phone with the RCMP.
There are a ton of problems with this story, so let's go through them one by one. First, as I already pointed out, it directly contradicts Malaya's version of events, which is typical of co-conspirators reciting a scripted story. A made-up stuff just doesn't stick as well in the brain as a real memory. Second, it's extremely vague, especially when it comes down to the timing of everything. For instance, he said that Lily came into the room multiple times, and then suddenly he's saying 20 minutes later he woke up. He woke up 20 minutes after what exactly? Third, the story just isn't reasonable, which is one of the criteria from the Assessing Stories card in my Deception deck, my 52 favorite rules for spotting lies and manipulation. If his story is true, Malaya called the police before they'd even checked the backyard to see if the kids were out there. Remember, he said that they noticed the kids were being quiet. He immediately went outside for 30 seconds, and when he came back, she was already calling the police. Finally, the tone of the story itself is off, another criteria from my Assessing Stories card. And by that, I mean Daniel's main objective here is to alibi Malaya. He made a point of telling us that he wasn't totally asleep and that she was definitely sleeping next to him when he woke up and she couldn't have crept off. But if his story's true, he can't be 100% sure about that. And what about these contradictions? Is he not concerned that her story doesn't match his? He doesn't even seem to be concerned that a kidnapper might have taken the kids or the kid's biological dad who's still out there somewhere. His sole objective, it seems, is to alibi himself and Malaya and express zero curiosity about what happened or request any help to figure out what actually happened. But it gets worse. Let's keep listening.
I ran up in the woods to the kids. They have cabins up in the woods, which only took me like 30 seconds. I came right back down. She was on the phone with the RCMP.
For 6 days, crews tackled an exhaustive search. The children's mother took the baby to be with her family in another part of the province. Her mother told CBC News the RCMP told them not to speak with news reporters. The RCMP says it just advised everyone to be mindful of the information they share publicly. On May 7th, police scaled back the search.
The probability of survival was taken into consideration.
But search crews returned for 2 more weekends until the end of May. searching wells, mine shafts, and septic systems, even flying a drone beneath the home.
The 4-year-old is.
I'm good. I see where he's going already, and it's just not even. No. He isn't seeing nor hearing it any other way but the way that he wants to see it to go along with his narrative to promote what he's promoting. So there's that. Anyway. All right, on we go. Okay, let's see here. I guess we're going to move on to this part of what we're going to do today. As soon as I find it here, Murky sent me something. 1 minute here. There it is. Since we all know, Miss Karen Reed was found innocent on the second-degree murder charge that she was charged with yesterday, which is a great thing in my opinion, and it's about damn time. Thank God that's over for her. I think she got probation and was charged with a DUI, which is just stupid to me, but okay. So we're gonna hold on. Let me find this here. Sorry, you guys. 1 second here. We got an interview with one of the jurors from the Karen Reed situation already. Let me get this up. All right, we're going to check out this interview via one of the, like I said, this is one of the jurors. I thought this was a little bit interesting. Again, thank you, Murky.
Really interesting. So could you give me a breakdown there? Roughly what percentage of the jury felt she was innocent?
I mean, I can only speak for myself. I think that she was innocent. It's hard to tell exactly what people think deep down. There was a lot of things thrown at us, of evidence. So it's hard to tell what truly.
So you say in your head she was innocent. Does that mean you think she was framed by people inside that house?
It doesn't necessarily mean that. I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened to John. Really, I was only presented a limited scope of what happened at the night, and I could only base my opinion off of the evidence that was shown in the courtroom. So I don't really know if there was a cover up or not. I know that's the big conspiracy about it, but I don't really know. All I know is that there was a lot of holes in the investigation. Whether they were deliberate holes or not deliberate holes, it's kind of hard from me sitting back to know that, what actually happened.
So what was the feeling of the jury? Because Alan Jackson and the other lawyers raised the issue that she was framed by cops and that they would have turned that house upside down if they really wanted to do an honest investigation, and that he was not hit by a car. He was attacked in that house, bitten by a dog, and then put outside to frame her. Did people on the jury, or some of them, buy that argument?
I think some of them bought that argument. It's just hard to tell, though, because whether or not we think that there was malicious intent, we were only presented with the facts that they didn't go into the house. So, there's an example of reasonable doubt. So, like, there's other examples of reasonable doubt. So, even if you want to completely buy into the theory or not, that wasn't what we were tasked with. We were tasked with finding, convicting, or deciding on this person's fate based on the proof and the evidence that the Commonwealth was able to present. And there was a lot of holes in the investigation.
Yet you went many steps beyond that, because you say, in your view, she was innocent. What compels you to think that?
Well, one thing that I think that compels me is we did a lot of review of the tapes, and it seemed to me that the videos that we could see from the car after the alleged incident happened, that when we could see the taillight, it was lit up red where it shouldn't just have been red. So that leaves to me a conclusion of, well, how come it's red in this video after the alleged collision happened, and then it's not, it doesn't have any red pieces where it should be red.
So in other words, you do not believe that SUV made contact with John O'Keefe?
I don't believe that the SUV collided with John O'Keefe.
What was the initial vote with the jury when you first took your vote?
We didn't do an initial straw poll. The judge recommended to us in the courtroom that is not a good way to do it. We broke down, what we did is we broke down each charge, and we went from top to bottom and discussed everything thoroughly, and did our best to do right by the Karen Reed and the Commonwealth.
Was there a division initially?
Yeah, there was a division. But that's what we're there to deliberate and talk about all the evidence. There was 2 months of us sitting there, them throwing all this information at us absorbing the information, going home, thinking about it, reviewing it in our heads, and we get to the deliberations, and now we have an opportunity to discuss. Some people went into the deliberations and they were still unsure after two months, and that makes sense, because there was a lot of things going on. There's a lot of information. How much can you weigh one thing or another thing over,
Yeah. What about jurors who felt initially she was guilty? Were there any of them?
Yeah, there were a few jurors that think that had thought that initially when they went into the deliberations, that was their standpoint, and that's what we were there to do, to talk through all that and bring up every single piece of evidence. Is there an angle of reasonable doubt to where we're not really sure? Like, are you really sure? Are you 100%, or are you 99.9%? If you're that 99%, we can't convict you.
What brought the ones who felt she was guilty over to the not guilty side? Was there anything in particular that seemed to resonate with them?
It's hard to tell from my position. You'd have to ask them about it. But in my opinion, I think it was just due to the poor investigation. There's just too many holes, and it's hard to prove that the collision happened. So if there's reasonable doubt that happened, or that there may have been foul play, if there's room for that, then it's hard to come to a guilty verdict.
What happened when the jury initially said they had a verdict and then said, oops, no, we don't, and then 15 minutes later they said, oh, we do? What happened there?
That actually is kind of interesting. So the envelope, it was sealed and it's locked away. It'll never be looked at. But on everything on that initial slip was the same as the slip that was presented.
But why did they pull it back?
The pulling the back was for the OUI charge.
The driving under the influence, essentially, drunk driving.
Yes, driving under the influence. We in our deliberations, we had decided there was enough evidence and proof that she was driving under the influence.
So, how did the defense do? How did the lawyers do, in your view? Her lawyers.
For her lawyers specifically, I think they all did. I think that all the lawyers on both sides did a really good job. They presented their case as well.
The police, you say the investigation was poor. The defense said it was more than poor. It was corrupt, and they pointed to the lead detective who had been fired, didn't testify in your trial. Did that have an impact? And did you think it was a corrupt police investigation?
Do I think it was a corrupt police investigation? I don't know. There's no way for me to know. I wasn't there. There was just there was holes in the case that left for reasonable doubt. I think they could have checked some boxes or done some things differently. But do I know that they were corrupt? Absolutely not. I don't know that there was any corruption going on. But do I know that there wasn't enough proof or evidence secured by the police to convict Karen Reed? Absolutely not. There was not.
Fair to say that your view was that her SUV did not make contact with O'Keefe, therefore she did not kill him, but you don't know how he died.
I would say that's fair to say. I don't know how John O'Keefe died, and I do not believe that there was a collision between the SUV and John O'Keefe.
John O'Keefe was beat to death and attacked by a dog. That's how he died. I don't know why that's not evident to people. That's crazy to me.
Did all of the hoopla around the case, the people outside, did it give you comfort in reaching a verdict like this, that you saw there was a community behind your point of view, or was it irrelevant?
Honestly, that made the pressure a lot harder, and it did not give me comfort. It made it a lot harder to block out everything and come to a decision.
Why did it make it harder?
It made it harder because all of the eyes are on us. We were told we're the most important people in the courtroom, and they keep us away from the crowds of people in the front of the courthouse, but we do see them, and I don't think that having all those people swayed me to go either way. We were only tasked with looking at the evidence. We were 12 jurors. We had to back up how we felt in this for our decision, and we couldn't let any outside factors, her punishment. We couldn't factor any of that. We had to look at the evidence that was presented to us, absorb it, really understand it, and see if there's any reasonable doubt. And there was.
Well, there's that. Interesting. I don't know. He sounded like he was definitely not comfortable with what he was talking about. That's just my opinion, but so be it. So that's handled. That's done. So we got 2 in the boat. and one more to go. Delphi's been dealt with, and quite a few people are very unhappy with that. And now we have Karen Reed's case done. Well, Vallow, there's 3. We have Idaho to go. We'll see what happens with that one, guys. We'll see what happens with that one. So let's see what we got next up here. 1 second here. Just 1 second, folks. Let's see here. 1 minute, please. It kind of sounded like he was, Alicia, since you said that. You know what I mean? Let me see. Let's see. So, just 1 minute. Oh, yeah, this was... We'll look at this real fast, but it's probably going to be a bunch of hoopla. BS. This was good old Jesse dropped this last night after the hearing, of course. Not our Jesse Shule, but Jesse Weber. Be real quick here and out. Moving on to next stuff.
What is going on with what happened with the Dateline episode? That's not all.
Now, for those of you that may not have seen the hearing, this was what I was mostly shocked about, is how she presented this to him. He didn't even flinch.
What is going on with what happened with the Dateline episode? That's not all. There's a book set to be released just a few weeks from now, to be followed by a docuseries on Amazon Prime. There's a claim that there's inside sources that provide information in this case. Everything that happens in this case continues to be talked about, and this court has a duty, a responsibility to make sure that Mr. Koberger receives a fair trial.
Big day in the Brian Koberger saga. The judge overseeing his criminal case had to decide whether to delay the trial currently scheduled for August. Allegations of leaks, potential tainted jury pool. So what happened? Let's talk about it. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. If you've been following the case of accused quadruple murderer Brian Koberger and expecting for this trial to begin in August, well, I'll tell you what, today was a very important day because it is all about allegations of leaks, pretrial publicity, whether this trial needs to be delayed in the Ada County Courthouse, to be more specific. Judge Stephen Hippler had to decide whether to grant a last-minute delay to the trial and also whether Koberger's defense can present evidence pointing to an alternative suspect in the brutal 2022 stabbing deaths of 4 University of Idaho students. Rulings, by the way, rulings that will dramatically shape the trajectory of the case against Brian Koberger, the 30-year-old criminology PhD student accused of murdering Ethan Chapin, Xana Kernodle, Kaylee Gonsalves, and Madison Mogan in their off-campus home on November 13, 2022. Prosecutors allege that Koberger's DNA was found on a K-bar knife sheath that was left at the crime scene. Cell phone records, they claim, place him near the victim's home before the killings. Surveillance footage apparently shows a white Hyundai Elantra matching Koberger's car, speeding away afterward. A potential eyewitness ID from a surviving roommate. Also, by the way, we have this separate sidebar that came out today about whether there is a mysterious other additional witness for the prosecution, potentially this delivery driver who saw Koberger at the crime scene. It is absolutely wild. You can go check that up right now on our YouTube page. But anyway, with opening statements currently scheduled for August 11th, Koberger's defense team, they are now pushing for a postponement. Why? Because they are arguing that a recent Dateline episode, NBC, revealed previously undisclosed case details that has now potentially tainted the jury pool. The episode, apparently included leaked information about a lot of potential evidence. Per reporting from Fox News and East Idaho News, we're talking cell phone data that apparently demonstrates Kohberger's phone allegedly pinged almost a dozen times near a tower that provides coverage within feet of the crime scene. Surveillance footage from a neighbor's house apparently showing a car matching Kohberger's in that area multiple times. Internet searches allegedly from Kohberger's phone about Ted Bundy, the Moscow killings, pornography. And the defense claimed that that May 9th broadcast, which featured, again, never-before-seen materials that still remain unavailable through official court channels, not only did it potentially taint a jury pool, it violated a gag order that has been.
You are absolutely correct with that, Jesse. I agree wholeheartedly with you.
In place in this case. Now, the defense is filing to delay the trial states, quote, "The show repeatedly emphasizes the non-public nature of this information, stating it was obtained from unnamed sources close to the investigation. Proceeding with a capital trial," meaning a death penalty trial, "proceeding with a capital trial in August would violate Mr. Kohberger's constitutional rights, as counsel needs additional time to assess this leaked evidence, complete investigations, and prepare an adequate defense." Now, Judge Hippler has already launched an investigation into this apparent leak, suggesting that someone close to the case, close to the investigation, may have violated this strict gag order. And there's already been a discussion of a special prosecutor being appointed here. The defense, they want a delay, but the prosecutors, they don't. They insist that this trial should proceed as planned. In fact, Latah County Prosecutor Bill Thompson wrote in a recent filing, "It is time to try this case," accusing the defense of seeking a, quote, "perpetual continuance by chasing every rabbit hole." Hey everybody, this is another law and crime legal alert. So recent allegations against the multi-billion-dollar video game industry claim that video games are engineered for impacted. So if you or a loved one have suffered physical or mental health issues due to video games, then visit vgclaims.com/defense counsel talking about the need to protect Kohberger's rights.
Your Honor, our motion to continue has been filed and is necessary to protect Brian Kohberger's rights under the United States Constitution and the Constitution of the State of Idaho. Specifically, a continuance is necessary to protect his due process rights, his rights to a fair trial, his rights to effective assistance of counsel, rights to confrontation, Mr. Kohberger's right to present a full defense, and if it should come to it, a fair sentencing hearing and be free of cruel and unusual punishment. The record of this case spans 2.5 years, and it shows that this request does not come as a surprise. Looking through the history of this case shows that the defense has met challenges and difficulties along the way, but has been dedicated in meeting all of the deadlines.
From there was a big discussion about discovery in this case, the exchange of evidence from one side to the other.
We have talked about discovery issues in this courtroom before, and that in large part brings us to need a continuance. 68 terabytes of information is a huge amount of information. There have been 23 requests for additional discovery over the span of 2.5 years and 7 motions to compel. When I say that this doesn't come as a surprise, that this comes from the record, I would direct the court to look back to May of 2023 and June of 2023, and our second motion to compel. Included in that was what was known as Exhibit A from the defense, and that depicted how we were receiving discovery. So this is not a new issue. This is something that's been coming up for a long time. We were receiving discovery, but it was such that you would get a file that would say hundreds of photographs, hundreds of pages of reports, each having to be looked at individually to know what was there and then organized.
And then, of course, it all becomes about the media, right? These different shows and productions and the burden this potentially imposes, particularly when it comes to a jury.
This case has also faced unique issues, starting with the media coverage of this high-profile case, non-dissemination orders that were addressed in courts, and then the grand jury materials that we had to fight to get access to before we could properly challenge the grand jury indictment. We faced issues with discovery, particularly with the IGG materials. We spent a great deal of time trying to get access to those materials. Those were ultimately what we could get, was ultimately presented in a motion to suppress, and that's preserved should there be a conviction in this case. We faced venue issues in this case, culminating in the change of venue and bringing us to Ada County. The other reason that a continuance is appropriate in this case is based on the media coverage, the Dateline issue that has been talked about in this courtroom before, and what's yet to come. The Dateline episode wasn't just a one-time deal back in May. That continues to be talked about. Everything that happens in this case continues to be talked about, and this court has a duty, a responsibility to make sure that Mr. Koberger receives a fair trial. That comes from Shepard versus Maxwell, 384 U.S. 333. And a continuance may be the way that the court can best protect Mr. Koberger. That comes from Patton versus Yount, 467 U.S. 1025. In addition to what is going on with what happened with the Dateline episode, that's not all. There's a book set to be released just a few weeks from now to be followed by a docuseries on Amazon Prime. There's a claim that there's inside sources that provide information in this case. At the very least, the moment we start attempting to select a jury in this case, those things are going to be on everybody's TV, everybody's social media feed, and some of the very witnesses that will be expected to testify will be taking part in the docuseries at least, and maybe noted in the book. That is in and of itself an exceptional reason for us to have a continuance to let those things play out for a while.
And remember, this is a death penalty eligible case, and there are complications when you're talking about a death penalty case.
At the first hearing in this courtroom, we discussed the discovery issues and not having read everything and being ready with a full investigation in this case. That was apparent through our motions to strike the death penalty, our motions to compel expert disclosures filed in September and December of 2024, and requests for more time to file our motions in limine that was granted in January of 2025. Throughout the course of the motions in limine and then a motion to strike death based on discovery issues in February and March of this year, the record is replete with notice that we are not prepared to go to trial in this case. The discovery is vast and we have not had a chance to review it all. That we met deadlines for experts shows our dedication to comply with court orders. It does not depict effective counsel ready to go to trial on this case. We would submit that it's the court's responsibility to assess this motion to continue with heightened due process that's required in death penalty cases. The death penalty case is different. That comes from Ford versus Wainwright at 477 U.S. 399 at 411. The court must be sensitive to safeguard every avenue of due process. The Idaho Supreme Court said the qualitative difference between death and other penalties calls for a greater degree of reliability when death is imposed, and that comes from State versus Creech, 105 Idaho 362 at 383. Looking at all of the constitutional rights Mr. Koberger has, effective assistance of counsel really becomes the crux of how all of these other rights are covered for Mr. Koberger. And effective assistance of counsel applies both to the merits phase and the penalty phase of a death penalty case. The courts are guided and counsel is guided by the American Bar Association guidelines on capital cases. Wiggins versus Smith, 539 U.S. 510 at 524 said the ABA guidelines are guides to determine what is reasonable. And that's talking about reasonable performance by defense counsel in a capital case. The Ninth Circuit in Andrews versus Davis at 944 F3D 1092 at 1109 relies on the ABA guidelines as the proper measure to test an attorney's investigation. In Idaho, our public defender statutes reference the ABA guidelines as applying to indigent defense. These apply to the full investigation of the merits phase and require us to raise all legal claims. They require us to perform a background on all witnesses that might be called, especially those being called by the state. That means that we have to review all discovery to be able to present a full defense for Mr. Koberger. We cannot present what we are not aware of.
Now, before they wrapped up, they mentioned mitigating factors when it comes to Brian Koberger and the death penalty.
We're required to perform in a way that the jury can carry out their function of individualized sentencing. That means that Mr. Koberger's background has to be known and investigated and ready to present to the jurors. Evidence of his character has to be known and ready to present to the jurors, and his circumstances have to be known and ready to present to the jurors. That's addressed in the Woodson case and in the Lockett case. The jury must have the opportunity to consider all evidence that may weigh against the death penalty, and that means anything from his life history. It is the duty of the defense to find and investigate all mitigating information. We do have several experts that would be ready for the mitigation portion of the case, should the case reach that phase. And they rely on understanding family history and Mr. Koberger's own history. They can only understand what they've been presented. And the investigation to fully evaluate needs to be thorough. That means that records have to be collected. That means that interviews, collateral interviews have to be done, and those have not all been completed. It's not because of a lack of diligence in this case. Further, when things that are noted as red flags arise, those things must be investigated. Red flags aren't fanciful ideas of what else could we do in this case. They're real things that come up in the course of the investigation, and whether or not they're important to mitigation and presentation for a jury's consideration requires time to investigate and collect records. Documentation is very important.
So from there, it was the prosecution's turn, and they talked about their objection to the defense's request.
We acknowledge, as the court has, that will pose challenges for jury selection. The issue, though, is not whether there is a lot of publicity. We know there's going to be a lot of publicity regardless of when this trial happens. As Ms. Taylor said, people will continue to talk about this case. The issue is whether the court, using the procedures it has established, or maybe even modifying them as the court wants to, can seat a panel of impartial jurors. The Supreme Court of Idaho has found that despite widespread publicity, even on the day of jury selection, that is possible. That is possible in this case, despite the challenges. The other thing I would mention with respect to the publicity is that it puts us at the whim of the media. Every time there's a breaking story, every time there's a new book or a new documentary, are we going to continue the trial indefinitely? And that seems to be the danger in what the defense is asking for. We call it a perpetual continuance, and we haven't seen a proposal about when this trial could take place if there's a continuance. What seems to be the strategy here is just to delay. And that leads me to, I think, the other point that Ms. Taylor raised, which was to say that this shouldn't be a surprise. It is a surprise to us that a motion to continue was made so late in the game, after, by the way, the trial date was used to oppose an extension that we filed for with respect to our mental health expert. At that point, the defense said we can't possibly go down this road or give the government the state what it wants because of the trial date. Once that issue is resolved, then we get a motion to continue. So I think what we have seen from the defense is that they tried to use the mass amount of discovery to remove the death penalty from the table. When that failed, now we have a motion to continue. So I do think timing is relevant here. Again, and it's not just that the defense waited so long, it's that we now have a very substantial record on which the court can deny this motion based on everything that's been put in front of the state and the court. In terms of the mitigation investigation, Your Honor, we believed but did not have confirmation that the defense had a mitigation specialist until the reply brief on this motion alluded to an affidavit that mitigation specialist submitted. So I don't know what that says. I don't know what the mitigation specialist has said, but the fact that there is a mitigation specialist, apart from the 3 attorneys and 2 investigators that are part of the defense team, that person has one role, as I understand it, which is to prepare for the penalty phase if we get there. And that person, that specialist, has still time to continue doing whatever work they told the court they need to do. Your Honor, again, I would try to get back to the record and ask the court to look at the objective record when evaluating this motion. 55 mitigation witnesses, over 130 exhibits, a very robust team on the defense side, which includes their retained experts. Ms. Taylor, and in the briefing, really honed in on this idea of a social life history for the defendant. I don't know if the court has read the expert reports of the defendant's forensic psychiatrist and then the licensed psychologist. I won't discuss the details in open court, but our position is that both of those specialists, well-trained, very experienced specialists, conducted significant, fulsome life history investigations. They weren't just looking at bare records. They were talking to people from the defendant's past, from his present, his family, and developed parallel life histories. And in their reports, as I read them, no red flags that needed further investigation were noted. Nothing about those reports appeared to be incomplete. And the experts didn't say, we are unable to reach the conclusions we need to reach for lack of investigation. So I think that is sort of proof in the pudding. We have a life history for the defendant. The defense has amassed significant materials.
I hope so, Jerry.
And I thought we were going to be solely talking about the mitigation case that still needs to be developed. That is not a basis for a continuance. And to the extent there are ongoing discovery from the state that Ms. Taylor alluded to, I can represent that most of what was just turned over was our investigators speaking with witnesses that the defense has disclosed. So that's the nature of that discovery, is us responding to discovery from the defense. And that will continue, of course, to occur as we lead up to trial and witnesses make statements that we need to disclose to the defense. So with that, Your Honor, I would again rest on the case law holding that a scorched the earth investigation is not what's required. And on the record before the court should exercise its discretion to deny the motion.
And here is what Judge Hippler had to say about all that.
All right, I'll take the matter under advisement and get an opinion out in short order. In the meantime, I fully encourage everyone to continue as if the trial is going to take place when it is scheduled for. Again, I reserve the right to write the decision that I come to, but as of now, I would tell you that it's likely you're going to trial on the date indicated.
And that gave me the answer I believe we're going to get right there when he said that part of it right there. That's truly how I feel it's going to be, so be it. Believe it or not, I mean, I do want this to go to trial now. I want it to be in trial right now because I'll be live streaming from the moment it starts till the very last minute it stops. But I do still at the same time want the defense team to be on point with what they have to ensure that Brian gets the fair trial and that all the truth comes out, all the facts come out, everything comes out. That way there's nothing missed in turn and we see it all. That's why I agreed with the continuance for that aspect only. Other than that, I don't want there to be a continuance, nor do I want there to be a mistrial. We need to see everything involved in this case as much as they can give us. That's my opinion. So I think that's his answer right there, folks. What he just said there is his answer, I think. So I'm not expecting to see anything approved as far as a continuance goes.
All right, so there you have it. We're going to see if this trial actually happens in August. We'll keep a very careful eye on it.
Really, basically, all he did was review what we saw already. So thank you, Jesse. Moving on. For those of you that didn't see any of that yesterday, there you go. That's the deal, guys, and that's what I think is going to happen. I'm watching for documents. We may see some tomorrow or Tuesday. We'll see what happens, but yeah, I don't expect anything like he said. Truly, if he does continue it, I'll be hugely surprised, you guys. I mean, hugely surprised. I really will be. So, and I don't know. I just feel like he's done with this. He's ready to be moving it on, and that's that. So let's move on to some crazy, weird things going on in the news. And for that, we're going to head on back over to James, guys, and see what Mr. James has that he's going to show to us today. I like this channel, by the way, you guys. You guys got to check it out. Hang on here. Hang on here. Give me just a minute. Hold on. Just 1 minute, guys. I'm trying to get to load. So I don't know what you guys have all seen going on with the Annabelle doll. Oh boy. Isn't it so interesting? Let's see. I guess there was a whole bunch of stuff going on with it in Texas and New Orleans and so on and so forth. So let's see what James has for us this day. Here we go.
So there's something really weird going on right now with Annabelle, the haunted doll from the movie Conjuring, but the real one.
Lorraine Warren told you all not to move the Annabelle doll. She said don't move her, leave her where she is, but it's 2025. We like around and find out. So what do? We take Annabelle on a world tour, okay? We're just moving her all over the place.
Apparently the doll is being moved around. She's been to Texas, New Orleans, West Virginia, I guess, and other places, and everywhere she's been to, the day she arrives, something creepy happens.
So I don't hear enough people talking about that blue rain that a lot of people have been seeing in Texas and now Louisiana. No, got a blue lake right here. You see that?
But it's not just the blue rain in Texas. She's been to New Orleans and West Virginia, and guess what happened?
They took her to New Orleans, and why does a plantation house from 1859 burn down after?
There's even a video that was posted 3 days ago by Chastity, and in it we can see what appears to be a shadow person or a demon inside the same house a few days ago. I'll be playing that video and many others in a few minutes, but the thing is, the entire internet is freaking out over this Annabelle thing, and they're guessing that wherever she goes, strange things will follow.
But that's not the only weird thing that happened over there.
Then 11 convicts escape a prison. And they're saying that they escaped because they were helped by someone.
So I decided to deep dive into this really bizarre rabbit hole. Is the doll actually haunted? Are there any videos suggesting that this is actually real? And what about the crazy theory that ghosts and demons are actually aliens? We're gonna get into all these things, but before that, let's start with the basic, and that would be Ryan Daniel Buell. I'm guessing I'm pronouncing this wrong. I'm
Thank you,
not
Dylan.
sure.
I see it,
Anyways,
sir.
this guy
Appreciate
is a
you very much.
paranormal
Yes, we're
investigator,
good
and
to
he
go, and
is
I
following
appreciate you
very
saying that.
closely. This is when they arrived at the West Virginia State Penitentiary. I'm going to play this video in a few seconds, but the thing is, Lorraine Warren said many times that you weren't supposed to move Annabelle.
Everything in here has been taken from some place where people either or so many ways. So it's tragic for me, you know, to even.
Yes, Vivian, but that is, if you guys didn't know that, that is the true and real Annabelle doll. The one that you guys saw in the movies is not the real doll. It doesn't look like that at all. It's just a regular Raggedy Ann doll. That's the real one. And they're like idiots taking this thing out on display when Lorraine and Ed both said, don't move it, leave it alone, leave it locked in the thing that's in and leave it alone. But somebody's trying to make money off of it. And well, hey, here we are.
People are very, very interested in the museum. And there's some people that are afraid to even go in. Right here is a conjuring mirror. Everything and anything in here we have investigated. Don't ever touch anything. And if you do, let me know.
And that's true. Everything they had in that museum of theirs, they had a priest come in, I think it was once a week or twice a month or something like that, and bless that stuff and all sorts of things. The whole time they were both alive. That's what they did. And I think it was their son-in-law that took over everything. And I don't know, I heard it was sold now and all this crazy stuff. So when somebody tells you not to touch something, there's reasons why. And people would just stupid. It's just stupid. You don't mess with this kind of stuff. That right there is the real Annabelle doll, folks. Pure and true. That's the one. Crazy stuff.
Is the worst thing in here. It's that doll. I'm not.
They did, SRB. That's the thing. They had her locked down for years. And you didn't go in there. You didn't. I mean, they did tours, but they were very specifically guided tours. They had very specific rules that worked for years. They pass away, and all hell breaks loose. Here we go. I don't know what to say. You know, you guys take it for what it is. I just think it's interesting, and it's something weird going on in the world.
I'm not gonna stare at it though.
And that's the one that's sort of depicted a little bit in this movie, correct?
Yes, it is. That's the Annabelle doll.
So she says very clearly never to touch it, and they're touching it and moving it around. So I'm guessing this is why a lot of people are asking what the heck is going on. So this is when she arrived, the West Virginia State Penitentiary.
There's another question I have. Why would you take this to a state prison? Truly. Why would you take something like this to a prison? That's just odd to me. Just saying.
And this is... She doesn't look as scary as the one in the movie, but as Lorraine Warren states, she is one of the most haunted dolls in the world. So around May 9th, she arrives in West Virginia, and then around May 11th or 12th, she is in New Orleans.
Hey, what's up, guys? Ryan here with Dan and Chris from Nesper.
Hey, guys.
We are in New Orleans. Apparently I say that weird. New Orleans.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're bringing Annabelle. She's here. Annabelle is in.
Not a good idea.
She will be at Ghost City Tours on Royal Street.
So after visiting the state penitentiary in West Virginia, they take her to New Orleans. This is when strange things began to occur.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I'm like pretty sure this is not a good idea. If all of this is necessary, it's not a good idea.
That was my thought too. If they truly believe that this is what it is, and if you have to do this kind of stuff, and if it's like really that serious, like just why are you doing this, and having to go through all this? Leave it where it was. Don't touch it. Let it be what it is, unless it's just a show. You know what I mean? I'm skeptic, guys. I'm always been a skeptic of things. I don't know what to tell you about it, but of course you're gonna everybody needs to take this and perceive it how they will. But I'm like I said, if you got to go through all this kind of stuff and you got to make these kinds of like situational options available for this, I don't think that's worth it to me.
It's a binding spell. Is the doll actually arriving at the French Quarter?
To talk very fast. So welcome to a portion of the Warren's Occult Museum, which originally and still is located in Monroe, Connecticut. And did you know that we only have 3 items here, but in the real museum we have close to over 1,000. Then there's the third class, which is the inhuman demonic.
So they're in New Orleans with this doll. Things are apparently going okay.
Hey guys, Ryan here. We're about to start day 2 of Annabelle being in New Orleans.
I think this guy right here is from is it Penn State Ghost Adventures or something show that used to be on, or I don't know if it still is or not, but I think that's where he's from. The other guy, I have no idea who he is. Penn State Paranormal, that's what that was. Yeah. I just thought of it. Anyway, yeah, that's him. The other guy, I have no clue who he is, so sorry.
Mostly behaved last night. We'll see how things go today.
Around the same day this video was posted, something chilling happened in New Orleans. The nation's largest remaining antebellum plantation burns to the ground. This was on May 15th. So immediately after this happened, a lot of people started freaking out. Is this because of Annabelle?
Leave the doll alone. Leave her alone.
So they took her to New Orleans. And why does a plantation house from 1859 burn down after?
So a massive fire destroyed the Nottoway Plantation Mansion in Louisiana in May 15th. Completed in 1859, it was used as a plantation house and later converted into a place for reflection and education about its history, including the more than 150 enslaved people who lived there. And these are some of the pictures of this huge mansion. Look at that.
That's one hell of a loss. I don't know that had anything to do with the doll. I don't believe in that, but that's a sad loss. That house was beautiful.
I mean, this sounds like no ordinary fire, so why did it happen?
Continue our investigation, leave no stone unturned until we determine what has caused and why this fire happened.
My gosh.
How long it's going to take. This is a large-scale fire, so it's going to take a lot of effort.
So they don't know what caused it. So for 18 hours, fire crews worked to extinguish the flames, and officials reported that this was the biggest fire they'd ever seen in their entire career.
They literally had the fire out at one point and it reignited itself.
So this was no ordinary fire, and they don't know why this happened.
That happens all the time. I've been on almost every house fire I've ever been on has reignited at some portion or part of the house fire. That's why we have to stand and wait and stay on point just in case and keep spraying it. So that always happens. So that has nothing to do with this. Just saying.
The same day that Annabelle was in New Orleans, it could still be just a coincidence. But then 3 days ago, Chastity Ray 8 posts this video and he says, Ghost Plantation, not away plantation. Well, he recorded something live. Take a look at this. Wait a minute, let's take a look at that again. I had to zoom in, but that's weird. It looks like someone in a cape, maybe a shadow person. And I'm guessing there was no one inside the house at that specific moment. Now, let's take a look at the comments. This is the clearest video showing them. At first I thought I was tripping with the fire means rebirth and cleanse. And that fire cleared it out. Spirits are free. That ain't no firefighter. 200,000 likes. So apparently a lot of people agree that this is not a firefighter. It kind of looks like we're seeing the back of a hooded person, something like this. Of course, not exaggerated with the glowing eyes or anything like that. But it would be a djinn. And this is really weird. So the majority of people online agree that whatever that thing is, it's not a firefighter. It's something else, like a ghost or a demon. Possibly related to Annabelle. Now this could be just a coincidence, but then again, on May 16th, one day later, this happens.
10 or 11 convicts escape a prison. And they're saying that they escaped because they were helped by someone within the prison staff. So Annabelle gets there, plantation burns down, and the prison staff is helping unalivers out of the prison. Leave the doll alone.
So New Orleans jail employee is charged with helping 10 inmates escape.
But that's not the only weird thing that happened over there. 10 inmates escaped from a prison shortly after. The way they did it, they escaped from a wall behind a toilet. This is not even their size. This is Annabelle's size. She could have helped them. And guess where she's at now? San Antonio, Texas. I'll be praying for you all.
Yeah, she's in San Antonio, Texas. Let's see if there's anything strange going on in San Antonio, Texas. So I actually did find something really weird posted by Expensive Taste.
So I don't hear enough people talking about that blue rain that a lot of people have been seeing in Texas and now Louisiana. Now I know a lot of people who's going to say, well, water is blue. That's the usual color of water, but not this rain. This rain is a different type of blue. Not
blue water. All right, so this is the
blue lake right here. How much would it take for you to drink that water?
I would not drink that water. What is that? Looks like tainted water.
How much money?
It actually looks like there's something in it. Is somebody going to test it? Yeah, perfect question here. And I guess at this point, someone has already tested it. Let's take a look at this.
See that? That's rainwater. Yeah. I'm in West Texas and we got the blue rain and I was out in it last night. I don't think it's any big deal, really. It's nothing. Nothing to worry about.
Let's see what else we can find. Found this one.
So I live here in the Central Valley and it was raining a couple minutes ago. Can anyone explain the blue water?
That's weird. So this is...
All right, all you Texas people, what the hell is the blue water thing?
This is coming in from Eddie on April 26th. This is California, so this is not related to Texas, but still very strange phenomenon. And then you got this one posted on May 5th by Get'emBoy76. Let's take a look at this.
Holy, y'all, I just figured something out. So put in your search bar, blue rain in Texas. That's happened over the last couple of days. I'm literally 3.5 hours to 4 hours from Houston, which reports are coming out of that area, and the rain is supposed to be here tomorrow. So I'm putting some buckets out tonight. We're going to catch this rain. We're going to see how blue it really is.
All right. So this blue rain was first seen in Texas, and then they're expecting it in Louisiana, right at the same moment when the Annabelle doll is there, and it actually happens. Check this out. Oh my. Oh my gosh. So this was posted by Roy Anthony on May 9th. This is exactly the same day the doll was moved over to West Virginia State Penitentiary. So the dates that coincide with the Annabelle doll and the blue rain phenomenon do not match exactly. May 9th, you got the blue rain happening in Louisiana. And around May 12th, you got the doll arriving in Louisiana. Around May 5th, you got the blue rain phenomenon in Texas. But 10 days later, you got the Annabelle doll arriving in Texas. So this could be just a huge coincidence. Let's try to find out what caused this blue rain.
In this beautiful state park in Texas, and it's been raining, and the water that's coming out of the sky is blue. And it's not this tarp, because it's happening on this tarp too.
That looks like food coloring, folks. Truly, it's what it reminds me of.
Look at that. This is crazy. Are they killing us in Texas?
So apparently the blue rain seen in Texas, Nevada, California are popping up with results of containing chlorine or chlorine, copper, lead, and nitrate. I've also heard of a mixture with iron. I couldn't find anything else on Google, so this is really weird. So the blue rain phenomenon and the Annabelle doll, it could be a weird coincidence, and what a weird coincidence. But the fact is, I couldn't find any more information about this blue rain on Google or anywhere else, which makes things a bit weirder.
Take care,
And then you got this Annabelle doll still on tour, and a few weird things about it. So this was posted 6 days ago by Ghosts of Britain, and it says, "Watch what happens to the woman who taunts world's most haunted doll." I'm guessing that this could have happened during the tour, but I'm not sure. Let's take a look at this.
Time for Annabelle's haircut.
What the heck is she doing? I mean, why is she doing this? Oh my gosh.
Annabelle, do you like your new haircut? Annabelle, what do you think to your hair?
Why?
Okay, so nothing.
Stopping recording. See if she's happy.
What? What did she say? Let's try to filter this. So I can't exactly make out what it says in the recording, even though a lot of people are saying that this is not the real Annabelle doll. Real Annabelle is under lock and key. No one is allowed to open her, and she's surrounded by security debunked. So yeah, this is most likely not Annabelle. Oof. But this one is. This was posted a week ago by Rachel Hendrick, and she was there at the tour, and this is what she caught on camera. So she says she recorded 4 EVPs, which would be like these demonic or ghostly voices. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Oh my gosh. That's creepy.
Yeah.
And then you got this one where Annabelle actually moves by itself. This was in 2022. In 2024, someone captured the doll blinking.
Real Annabelle doll caught blinking her eyes.
See if you can get something across its path.
I saw that.
Oh, cat.
Again. Yeah. Actually, it looks like it blinked.
camera trick.
There's Mike.
All right.
You see it on the screen?
This one, it was mapping the case itself.
The dinosaur. I still love that case. Yeah, sharp, right? Oh, Peggy the doll. The casket.
That's one creepy place, bro.
I'll take over filming for a little bit, and I'll let you see if you can get something across.
Yeah, I saw that. Not sure if it's actually blinking or if it's just an optical illusion. So I'm thinking maybe this doll is actually haunted. Maybe there's a demon that possessed it, but there should be more evidence of such a thing. There's this story that was told by this paranormal investigator. Take a look.
The event photographer was there, the event organizer, Lorraine, Tony, and we were like, oh, this is pretty cool. And then we get to the room and there was Annabelle. She was put on the floor. And I had never seen Annabelle. So I kind of leaned down. I'm like, so you're the doll everyone has been making a fuss about. And as I said that, or after I said that, the doll's head just kind of slumped. Then went right back up.
Oh my gosh.
Is this part of the act? Like, like, am I being punked?
So this is when I finally start looking for more evidence of these haunted dolls. And I actually came across one of the creepiest videos I've ever seen coming from Sinister. This was posted in 2023, and he says, sorry for the sound, my kids are loud. This morning it was randomly making little sounds here and there, and then stopped for a bit. And this thing started making noises and moving by itself, and he actually got it on camera.
I think I can see it on here. Hold on.
So this is the doll. Oh my gosh, that's creepy.
Oh, wait, there it is. See if she moves.
It's not gonna move, is it? Oh my.
There it is.
No, put that outside. We see that again. So it's playing these creepy background music. Yeah, its head is moving. That is one creepy video. Let's take a look at this.
I don't, but I'll get you one. I got
Oh my
her
gosh.
2 years ago at a thrift store. There were 3 of them, and for whatever reason, she was very far away from the other ones. And for some reason, I just really wanted this one.
You gotta be joking me.
I really love the jester style. It's cool. I don't know if she's ever been opened, but I've never opened the box. It's taped closed. And yeah, I just left her there. It's kind of cool.
So someone says it's a wind-up doll, that music in the background goes with it. At the end of the song, the doll moves. I also had the same doll. Nice video though. So, okay, so let's just say that this is a wind-up doll. Why is it playing that background music? And why is it moving by itself if no one activated it or, just messed with it? And then you got this account, Soul Murray. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing this correctly. And she is apparently a collector of haunted dolls. That is totally creepy. And why would someone actually collect haunted dolls? I guess one of the creepiest things about haunted dolls is if you have a kid and it comes up to you and says, hey, Pops or Mom, my doll is talking to me. Most of the times you'd say it's just your imagination, but in this case, it's not. This is coming in from Haley Moore. She set up a CCTV camera inside her daughter's room after strange things began to occur.
Hey, do you play with me? Sure, I'll play with you. Why don't you play? Yeah. Bling, bling, bling. Bling, bling, bling. Bling, 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 bling.
Under the bed, there's a light. Oh my gosh. Oh, come on, don't. Okay, she's trying to reach the doll. Oh my gosh. Nah, you gotta be kidding me. So the recording started glitching. It's weird.
What's up? What's up?
What just happened there?
A lot of questions. People have been asking me, have you been in the room? Have you guys looked under the bed? No, we haven't.
Yeah, you should.
We haven't been in the room in the last 2 days. We've been a little scared.
Oh my gosh, she's actually gonna go in there. So this is the room. Come on, what is under that bed?
I'm scared.
A flashlight would be useful right now. Oh my gosh. It's gonna be a jump scare, isn't it? Okay, there's a doll. Oh, come on.
Oh my god.
Underneath the bed lies a creepy doll which suddenly begins moving.
Yeah.
Instantly sending chills down her spine and sending the woman.
I mean, it was kind of moving organically. That was way weird. Let me take a look at this. What is going on here?
So a lot of you guys have asked me if we've done any research on the house, and I did.
Okay.
I found out that some of the past people that have lived here have had some ghostly encounters. I learned that it was built near, not on, but near a cemetery.
Do you have documents or something like that?
Yeah, I don't know. We're at a loss. We really love our home. We don't want to have to leave it.
So this is one of the creepiest cases I've ever seen when it comes to haunted dolls. Then you got videos like this one.
Oh my fucking god, I swear to god, this thing just fucking looked at me.
I saw that.
This is what happens whenever I put her near my daughter's old Cabbage Patch toy. But that's not the weirdest part. There's no batteries.
Oh my gosh.
There's more. I even cut the wire to see if that would stop it. Is she causing this?
Well, apparently there's a lot of videos of these haunted dolls, but the truth is, are they actually haunted, or is there something else going on? So Irish UFO expert says new footage is key to flying saucer mystery, Patrick's spheres. So this Irishman, Patrick Jackson, has been studying poltergeists and paranormal activity for years. And he actually got something on camera that may prove that poltergeist or demonic possession, at least some of them, may be caused by this global defense network of UFOs. He says, we are seeing the sphere intercept processes in the upper atmosphere. Skywatchers have seen this for years, but they normally see it randomly through night scopes or telescopes and they never get a chance to record it. This guy was lucky enough to get it on video. So this is a still frame from Italian Air Force showing alleged UAP with spheres nearby. And these are the 3 spheres that they're talking about. and this is a triangular UFO. So apparently these spheres atomize threads like you see in the video. So as he states, every time something goes wrong that is a menace to planet Earth, these spheres protect the planet. They're like a global defense network.
Y vea como por donde pasa el agua queda brillantica.
The one down there is low.
So he's saying that because of the electromagnetic properties of these spheres, sometimes when you see objects moving by themselves, could be because of the electromagnetic interference from these spheres. Oh my gosh. So there's an old painting of one of these metallic spheres of the gods actually holding it. This actually looks like the Buka sphere that we've seen in Colombia, and well, this is kind of weird. So I'm guessing not all paranormal cases could be explained by these metallic spheres, but some of them could. And I'm guessing this is most likely not the case with Annabelle. But I want to know your take. What do you think is going on? Do you believe in haunted dolls? Do you think Annabelle is actually haunted? Do you think it's possible that she is the cause of so many strange things happening in Texas and other states? And what about these alien spheres that have been popping up all over the world? Why are they showing up in so many places? Are they actually responsible for some of the strange things?
All right. Well, there's that weird and crazy stuff in there. Whatever you guys take from it. However you perceive it, it's up to you. I'm a big skeptic with some of this stuff, so it is what it is. But that's going to do it, guys. We went way over where I wanted to since we were covering that Jack and Lily stuff, and it took up most of our time. So I'll have to make up for it in tomorrow's morning show. So that's going to do it, folks. Thank you guys so much for joining us today. Guys, don't forget to love yourselves, love each other. Don't change a thing. You guys are the beautiful people. I appreciate each and every one of you for being here today with us. Anybody that sent me emails or anything, thank you so much on that as well. Anybody that donated to the channel, God bless. We appreciate you so very much. And of course, guys, I will see you all very soon. Bye-bye, y'all.
Life's a journey, let's make every moment shine. Together we share our hearts so intertwined. Each time you tune in, we're dancing in sync. With every story told, just let your soul think. A little laughter, some love, we're flying high. As we wrap up this episode, it's not goodbye. News on the airwaves, spreading joy and cheer. Thanks for being with us, we'll see you right here. Kick back, take a breath, leave your worries behind. This podcast is magic, a treasure you'll find. With every moment shared, we light up the way. Join us next time for more laughs and play. A little laughter, some love, we're flying high. As we wrap up this episode, it's not goodbye. News on the airwaves, spreading joy and cheer. Thanks for being with us, we'll see you right here. Kick back, take a breath, leave your worries behind. This podcast is magic, a treasure you'll find. With every moment shared, we light up the way. Join us next time for more laughs and play. So hit that subscribe, keep the vibe alive. We're riding this wave and it's set to thrive. With smiles all around, let's seize the day. In this podcast family, worries drift away. A little laughter, some love, we're flying high. As we wrap up this episode, it's not goodbye. News on the airwaves, spreading joy and cheer. Thanks for being with us, we'll see you right here. So gather round friends, it's time to reflect. In this joyful moment, what's next to connect? Let's cherish the laughter, the joy that we spread. Together we'll thrive until our hearts are fed. See you next time with stories anew. Can't wait to share more with all of you.